Dije que iba a probar mi micrófono porque estaba viendo un video que había hecho hace poco y suena muy raro el audio. No sé si les suena raro a ustedes, pero no arreglé nada. Muy feliz viernes, lo han logrado. Llegamos al fin de semana, damas y caballeros. Espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana y hayan tenido una excelente noche deliciosa, hayan descansado o hayan chambeado, lo que haya sido excelente, mis estimados. Vamos a darle con todo antes del casino del tío Salo. Ya saben que ahorita les voy a traer a Farhan y en un rato va a llegar Alex, que anda en Japón, para poder platicar y enseñarles todas las tablas. Pero antes que nada, vamos a platicar de lo uno. Por cierto, hoy no sé por qué se me olvidó bueno, sí sé por qué, porque no estoy viendo las noticias ni me interesa, pero que el gobierno estaba cerrado, ¿no? El shutdown del gobierno. Y la razón por la que vi eso es porque hay gente que se está quejando de que no hay datos oficiales de gobierno económicos. Imagínate, ¿no? Eres un economista serio y derecho y hecho, y aquí andas diciéndole al gobierno, oye, ¿me puedes regalar datos falsos, por favor? ¿Puedes abrir las puertas? Nada en la vida ha cambiado, todo sigue funcionando perfectamente, pero necesito estos datos falsos que me das, por favor. No lo había ni siquiera pensado, ahorita en la mañana me voló la cabeza darme cuenta de esto. Pero bueno, el día de hoy quería platicar con ustedes de algo que tienen muchos en la cabeza y personalmente estoy siguiendo de cerca y ustedes saben cuál es mi apuesta en esto, es saber cuándo estamos cerca del tope de mercado topando en el mercado. ¿Para qué quieres saber esto? Para no quedarte holdeando con cojones y comer mierda con tus posiciones. Es la única razón. Y ahora no lo tienes que seguir si eres de aquellas personas que, son las más disciplinadas, que compran y aprovechan cada que bajan, compran más y tienen más dinero y siguen acumulando, güey, esto te vale madres. Pero si eres de las personas que les interesa, que están entrando y saliendo del mercado, que es honestamente más difícil que fácil, honestamente, tienes que estar viendo una cosa nada más. Esto es a mi gusto, solamente tienes que ponerle atención a una cosa y vas a saber perfectamente dónde estás parado. Y esta señal simplemente es el índice del dólar. Lo hemos estado platicando por un rato. Mientras que la narrativa oficial, lo que nos están vendiendo a todos nosotros y lo que le han vendido a toda la población este año, que es muy divertido ver esto, honestamente, estos tíos son unos putos cracks, cabrones, unos cracks. Estos cabrones nos han estado vendiendo la idea de que vamos a tener un repetido 2021, ¿no? Va a venir más inflación por alguna razón, van a imprimir no sé cuánto dinero, van a bajar los tipos y esto devaluó al dólar y el dólar ha estado cayendo todo este tiempo. Hace un año les dije que el último cuarto de este año o el primero del próximo, el dólar va a rebotar con fuerza y cuando el dólar rebote con fuerza se va a cargar todo entre las patas. Estamos ante ese momento, estamos cerca de ese momento. No estoy aquí para predecir nada, señores. No estoy. Estoy aquí para que ustedes puedan utilizar esta herramienta y ustedes sean el propio juez de esto. Para toda la gente que no entiende, y la razón por la que les estoy diciendo esto es, oh, el dólar va a colapsar o el mercado va a colapsar. Esta es una excelente oportunidad, simplemente lo que se puede presentar cuando usas este indicador. No, que no se los vendan al revés, no tiene nada de malo, güey, la bolsa cae, nos vale verga a todos porque es lo como deberíamos de verlo. Serían simplemente oportunidades, ¿no? Y quieres saber dónde viene la oportunidad y qué tan grande va a ser esta oportunidad. Lo he mencionado varias veces. Cuando el dólar cae, todo el riesgo sube. ¿Por qué? Esto quiere decir que hay más gente interesada en comprar acciones, en comprar Bitcoin, en comprar oro, que comprar dólares o tener su dinero en dólares. Es bastante sencillo de entender. Y lo mismo pasa de la otra forma, por si estás viendo esto y estás apenas aprendiendo todo este desmadre. Cuando el dólar sube de valor, es porque hay más gente interesada en tener dólares que teniendo acciones, que teniendo Bitcoin, teniendo lo que quieras, ¿no? Es bastante sencillo esto. Warren Buffett, que es una momia, pero el don sigue por acá, que es un crack también en inversiones, tiene la cantidad más grande en cash de toda la historia. Y esto a mucha gente no lo comprenden porque no somos pacientes, porque no entendemos. Alguien que puede ver de lejos y alguien que puede tomar tiempo y alguien, tomarse su tiempo en hacer lo que va a hacer y alguien que puede ser paciente y alguien que no se tiene que aventar como gorda en tobogán a todas las oportunidades que existan, normalmente le va mejor. eso es lo que he aprendido en estos 40 años de estar en esta tierra. Es una desgracia que hasta los 40 lo aprendí, pero el que tiene más paciencia y el que juega esto con más, no es cautela, pero con más pensamiento, es el que gana en ese juego. Y es lo que está haciendo Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett está apostando en la apuesta del cash, que es el dólar se vuelve fuerte. Ahora esta también es mi apuesta este año. Lo vieron. De lo único que me tuve que deshacer este año fue de mis acciones de Tesla ahorita que llegaron al tope. Igual y tenemos otro tope, no tengo idea, pero me voy contento con mi 115% de retorno. No importa que tenga que pagar impuestos sobre esas ganancias. Lo demás lo dejo. Quiero que todo baje, quiero poder tenerlo ahí por un año, poder empezar a acumular estos beneficios fiscales. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Pagar menos impuestos, ¿no? En mis ganancias. Es bastante sencillo. Y esto en Estados Unidos, para los que no sepan, después de tener y holdear una acción por un año, o Bitcoin o cualquier cosa así, después de un año entras en otro escalón de impuestos, donde en vez de pagar acá, pagas acá, porque en vez de que sean ganancias a corto plazo, se convierten en ganancias a largo plazo, solamente con que lo tengas por un año. Así que es lo que estoy buscando hacer. Ok, con eso dicho, hemos visto, y esto es lo que yo les había estado diciendo, vamos a ver un dólar que rebote con fuerza tercer cuarto, primer cuarto, último cuarto, primer cuarto del próximo año. Y la razón por qué llegué a esa deducción es cuánto tiempo se tardó todo en romperse en COVID, ¿no? Que por cierto, les digo y se los digo una vez más, nunca deberías de ponerle tiempo a tus predicciones, es un error, pero también nadie tiene los huevos de hacerlo y aquí el pito chico de mi changuito Alejandro tiene que hacer eso para probarle a todo el mundo algo que de todas maneras no importa porque no cambia la vida de nadie ni la de él mismo. Lo único que hace es que la gente se enoje si falla, ¿no? Y ya, es lo único que no tiene nada que ganar este pendejo haciendo lo que está haciendo, es un idiota. Pero en fin, en este momento yo he estado manteniendo un ojo cerca en el dólar. Estoy viendo que estamos teniendo algo de actividad coqueta en el DXY. Y la razón por la que estamos teniendo actividad tan coqueta en el DXY, se las voy a poner bastante sencillo, déjenme los traigo aquí a mi tabla rapidísimo y se los prometo, no van a tener que aprender de tablas. Es lo siguiente. En la diaria pueden ver que el dólar vino a hacer fondo por acá y estamos cruzando todos nuestros promedios importantes menos el 200. El 100 no lo habíamos podido pasar desde el marzo del 2025, que fue cuando la bolsa subió como loca. Recuerda, una vez que esto cayó, la bolsa subió como loca. ¿Qué va a pasar una vez que esto suba y de verdad continúe en su tendencia alcista? La bolsa va a caer como loca. Ahora no estoy diciendo que este vaya a ser el fin del mercado o esto, tenemos que ver qué es lo que va a pasar. Pero tenemos que analizarlo de diferentes formas. Esto es en la diaria, tomando el dólar la fuerza para regresar sobre el EMA 100, el promedio de 100 sesiones. En la semanal ya pasó el promedio del 21 que lo había rechazado también desde marzo y ahora va por el 34. Bien, esa es la semanal. Pero no sé si se fijaron rápido, hay volatilidad expandiendo junto con el movimiento al alza del dólar en la diaria. En la semanal tienes volatilidad nula, pero en lo que está sube y sube y sube el dólar, la volatilidad empieza a apuntar. Estaba ayer en 0 y ahora está en 3.17%, lo que me dice que si la diaria continúa esta tendencia, la semanal va a entrar en ella también. La de 2 semanas tiene volatilidad en el punto más bajo desde julio del 2024, ahí para que me entiendan. La mensual tiene volatilidad expandiendo en este momento a la alza. Y la trimestral está en uno de los puntos más bajos que puedes encontrarlo. Y para agregarle un poco de salsa a estos tacos, les tengo esta. ¿Están listos? Les voy a llevar una tabla anual. Sí estoy poniendo esto ni madres. Sí, ok. Esto que parecen testículos juntos es un patrón de hombro, cabeza, hombro. Hombro, cabeza. Y ahora no se ve bien, pero esta es una línea. Esto es verde. Lo pueden ver aquí. Y ahora este es el siguiente hombro. Una vez que rompas los 113, tienes un movimiento medido a altos históricos, casi 161. Ahora, Lo que ustedes tienen que hacer para ver esto, y los voy a invitar a nuestro Discord, vengan, es absolutamente gratis. Les tengo ahora un tab acá que es el análisis de Salo, que son puras estupideces y tengo que borrar todos los comentarios de todo el mundo. Pero aquí les dejé a todos ustedes el paso a paso de cómo va a funcionar esto. Son las críticas a seguir. 99.158, que ya lo pasamos, es el SMA 200, el promedio 200 en la tabla de 2 semanas. Está justo ahí. De reventar a la alza, irá rápido a mi segunda zona y también superará el EMA 100 mensual. Donde se encuentra la primera línea amarilla en el nivel del 100, 560, aquí te llevas el último alto a vencer. Eso quiere decir que una vez que rompas eso, vas a darle más para arriba. Y de ahí vamos a la confirmación de fondo de que ya tocó fondo el dólar arriba de los 102.91. Eso es donde te daría confirmación de que viste el fondo y te va a dar un breakout al alza. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Que cuando el DXY, el dólar, sube, la bolsa baja. Y si acompañas esto con el análisis de ayer de el yen japonés, que también se los puse por acá, podemos entender que estamos cerca de algo interesante. Una vez más, esto no es una promesa, pero es algo que tú mismo puedes monitorear. Así que aquí lo tienen absolutamente gratis para que lo sigan y les voy a dejar más de estas cosas para que ustedes puedan aprovechar estas oportunidades y verlo. Ahora, para los que no entienden lo del yen japonés, la referencia es esta. Los voy a llevar al yen, los voy a poner en la diaria. Y en el yen japonés es bastante sencillo. Cada que llegamos a estos topes, que toca esta línea en diagonal bajista, que puedes ver que lo estamos haciendo en estos momentos acá también, cada que hacemos eso y caes, este fue el tope del mercado, este fue el tope del mercado, este fue el tope del mercado y este es el fondo del mercado y este es el fondo del mercado. Entonces, tienes dos factores con un dólar fuerte y un yen que está, un dólar yen que está justamente llegando a lo que nos había contado antes. No lo compartí, perfecto. Un segundo. Esto de acá arriba, para que lo puedan ver, en el julio del 2024, tope. Aquí abajo, septiembre del 2024, fondo. Aquí arriba, enero del 2025, el tope del mercado. Aquí está el fondo en abril del 2025 con lo de los aranceles. Y ahora estamos aquí arriba una vez más, llegando a esta línea meme. En cuanto esto de verdad se dé la vuelta y pierdas esta diagonal para abajo, o si llega a continuar a la alza hasta los 157, hasta acá, el camino para arriba puede seguir siendo alcista para la bolsa. Una vez que se dé la reversa, ahí es donde tienes que preguntarte qué es lo que está pasando, ¿ok? Para que lo tengan claro. Entonces, lo único que quiero poner en la mesa para todos ustedes, lo único que tienen que seguir en estos momentos para poder entender si estamos cerca del tope o no, y tienen que entender que esto afecta primero a Bitcoin antes que a todo y a todo lo que es cripto. Y es por eso que tal vez estemos ante ese tope. Tenemos que seguir monitoreando al dólar. Y la razón por qué es porque el dólar se vuelve fuerte en situaciones deflacionarias. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando empiezas a ver precios bajar, eso quiere decir que el dólar compra más. No tienes que ser un genio para entender esto, por más que te lo vendan nuestros amigos economistas que se fueron a la escuela a estudiar no sé cuántos años. Si los precios bajan en todo, el dólar puede comprarte más. Y esa ha sido mi apuesta por un rato. Ustedes lo saben perfectamente, por eso también tengo un bias para ella. Así que tengo que ponerlo enfrente de todos ustedes sin pelos en la lengua. Pero hasta ahora todas estas fechas empiezan a tomar fuego, empiezan a tomar una dirección interesante. Ayer platicaba con una amiga que me contaba que no ha tenido, es octubre 10 hoy, hasta ayer no había tenido una sola venta en su negocio. Y me dijo, esto nunca en mi vida había pasado. Y es lo que estamos viendo, el desplome rápido. Les dije lo de los coches eléctricos, se los dije con los coches normales y todo lo demás. Una vez más, este changuito tiene que decirles, ya les dije, pero no es por eso. Es simplemente para que no se les olvide, se los juro por mi vida esta vez. Y eso fue, los coches eléctricos van a tener el mejor cuarto de toda su historia y después van a ser instantáneamente descontados más allá de lo que les están diciendo era el descuento que había, que no se podían perder. Y literalmente tomó 2 días para que todos los coches eléctricos fueran descontados instantáneamente y les prometo, nadie va a comprar uno ahora porque hicieron que todo el mundo ya fuera a gastar. Vamos a ver los resultados empresariales de todo, no sé, inteligencia artificial ahí es otra cosa, pero de todo van a caer porque sus márgenes van a empeorar y estamos viendo descuentos en coches, estamos viendo descuentos en casas, estamos viendo la peor caída bueno, la mayor subida en la historia de cuánto inventario hay en Texas, por ejemplo, y en otros lugares, en cuanto a bienes raíces se refiere, descuentos gigantescos en muebles, que es otra cosa que nos indica lo que estamos viviendo. Estás viendo que McDonald's está regresando al value menu y que todo empieza a bajar de precio porque la gente ya se dio cuenta de que no hay dinero. Y lo único que puede cambiar esto, tenemos que tener todas las opciones abiertas para todos ustedes por si el tío Salo, como siempre, se equivoca en todo lo que les dice. Acuérdense, hagan lo contrario. En este momento compren la bolsa. Si les estoy diciendo que estamos a punto de bajar, compren la bolsa. Necesito confundirlos a todos para para que nadie gane, ¿no? Es como la de las noticias. El huevo es bueno, el huevo es malo. ¿Quién está bien en esta pelea? Entonces tengo que darle las dos. No, pero ahorita simplemente pongan atención a estas cosas sencillas. Estamos viendo los descuentos, estamos viendo la falta del consumo y lo único que puede hacernos cambiar esta trayectoria es que impriman una cantidad. Si bajan los intereses no tiene nada que ver y una vez más se los digo, yo estoy esperando que los intereses bajen por una o por otra para el próximo verano. El próximo verano yo estoy viendo un deterioro económico el peor que he visto en toda mi vida. El peor, el más rápido, el más acelerado, el peor que he visto en toda mi vida. A menos de que impriman una cantidad absurda de dinero, no importa que bajen los intereses bajando no importa. Si les mandan a todos ustedes un cheque de $1,000, $2,000, no importa. Tienen que imprimir más de entre 5 a 10 trillones de dólares para que todo se dé la vuelta. Suena ridículo, pero van a tener que encontrar esto porque para el próximo verano si continuamos en esta tendencia y no hay intervención, vamos a la peor economía que he visto en toda mi vida, destruyendo el 2008 por mucho, porque en el 2008 se cayó poco a poco. Esto está pasando muy rápido y no ha habido ni bancos quebrando ni nada de eso, que es lo más cabrón. Entonces, pongan un ojo al dólar, estén al pendiente y vámonos. Eso es lo que les quería platicar. Ustedes tienen las herramientas enfrente, no tienen que ver a un Paco, simplemente tienen que ver esto con análisis técnico fundamental. Pueden entenderlo, les puse los niveles tal cual ahí. Así que vénganse como de que no. Y para todos ustedes que quieran darse una vuelta a nuestro Discord, que es gratis, que de nuevo aquí tienen los análisis del tío Salo. Tienen por acá todos los menús del lado izquierdo. Déjenme, me aseguro que esté compartiendo. Sí, tienen, para empezar, el enlace está en la descripción del video en YouTube. Si me estás viendo en X, si me estás viendo en Facebook, que no sé por qué estoy saliendo en Facebook, date una vuelta a YouTube, pon Alejandro Salomón. El primer video en vivo que aparece ahorita, pícale. Yo sé que arriba dice, ¿quieres saber la dirección de Alejandro y todo eso? Porque YouTube es a toda madre y siempre le importa nuestro beneficio y por eso te pone que los reptilianos es mentira, que las vacunas, que no te dañan y todo eso abajo. Entonces, a YouTube le importamos tanto que ponen toda mi dirección ahí. No te preocupes, no te metas ahí. Es una trampa, créeme. Pícale nada más al en vivo, pon abajo los enlaces y ahí están los enlaces de todo. ¿Ok? Entonces tienes acá los análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan, los del tío Salo, que tenemos que literalmente quitar todos los comentarios para poder continuar con estos análisis. Tienen Criptolingo también, que es para poder entender las abreviaciones de todo lo que veas en una tabla, en lo que estamos diciendo, etcétera. Si no entiendes Criptolingo, tienes que hablar el lenguaje de trading para poder entender. Tienes literalmente los cursos, los cursos. Las clases son 3 veces a la semana gratis para todos por 4 horas. Si entiendes cripto, si entiendes este criptolingo, tienes todas para ganar. Si no, compra nuestro curso de $29 y de nuevo, no me voy a hacer rico con él. Te lo juro por mi vida, no te preocupes. Cuesta $29 porque lo que es gratis nadie toma ventaja de. Como todos mis consejos de acciones que han sido completamente gratis y la gente que los ha tomado, felicidades. Pero de nuevo, hagan también lo contrario de yo. Lo que ustedes crean que es correcto, eso es lo que tienen que hacer. Vean el chat general también, a ver cómo va toda la banda, a ver qué pensamientos tienen. Ven a compartir también tu P&L con nosotros, a ver cómo vas con estos trades. Nada mal, 130%, 27%. Rodríguez, 138%, nada mal. Willow, nada mal, carnal. Joan, 43%. Uy, Héctor, 68%. Te llevaste una paliza en este corto, en este long de Bitcoin, mi estimado. Y acá, mi estimado Lares Manuel, 222% para arriba. Así que esto puede ser un round trip, fue un round trip, sí. Y ahora, por cierto, el precio está ahí. Regresó. Si no hubieras vendido, estarías ahí, mi estimado. Pero nunca sabes, ¿no? Eso es la parte del misterio tan cabrón. Entonces, vamos a tener que tener cuidado. Y para toda mi bola de degenerados que quiera aprender a usar también cómo tradear en exchanges de futuros, también les dejo el enlace aquí abajo directito a esto. Les estoy poniendo esto en pantalla solamente porque no lo tenía listo, de cómo tradear en Bitfinex. Esto te enseña cómo usar un exchange de futuros. De cualquier exchange funcionan igualito. Y acabo de hacer este video, 11 minutitos, les explico cómo funciona, cómo abrir su cuenta, cómo fondearla, cómo mandar dinero de spot a futuros, cómo mandarla directo a futuros en esto, cómo sacar su dinero también de la cuenta, cómo abrir un corto, cómo abrir un largo, cómo poner un stop loss, cómo poner un take profit, cómo cambiar tu apalancamiento y todo eso. Te lo enseño aquí en 11 minutitos. Es completamente gratis, no tienes que pagar nada. Y aquí abajo tiene Bitfinex, el enlace de referidos que te va a dar beneficios, por supuesto. Te van a dar bonos al entrar. Si pones $2,000, por ejemplo, te dan $400 gratis para que tradees. Y si pues alguien le quiere meter choncho, avísenos y ahí podemos negociar un mejor deal para ustedes. No debería decirlo, pero lo estoy diciendo. Así que ahí lo tienen. Y también tenemos en esta misma, en Bitfinex te puedes apalancar hasta 125x. También tenemos obviamente bluffing por acá, donde te puedes apalancar literalmente hasta 150x. Y son exchanges de criptos y también tienes el enlace acá, un video de 5 minutos, pero el más actualizado es el de ¿cómo se llama? El video más actualizado es el de Bitfinex, es el más nuevo reciente. Perfecto. Vamos a empezar con los análisis. Vamos a darnos una vuelta a ver cómo va el Bitcoin. Ah, no, Bitcoin volvió a darse la vuelta para abajo. Les tengo mi gráfico. Aquí está Farhan para salvarme. Gracias a Dios. Dije, güey, les voy a tener que dar yo mi propio análisis. Qué asco para pobre la gente. Aquí estás. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I don't know why this is not coming up. There you go.
Buenos dias, muchachos. That was a little bit of a headache. I was in for the longest time. Just when we were about to go in, connection lost. I
Of
had
course.
to turn on airplane mode, set it back on, and then get back in.
What a pain in
Today
the
has been
dick.
fun. Today's
How's
been
it
real
going out
fun.
there?
A little bit of a clusterfuck, but it's coming together. It's coming together.
I heard you missed your flight. Is that true?
Didn't actually miss it necessarily. I was at the airport. My flight was at midnight, 12:30, and it was around like 7:30 p.m. And I was planning to go through early so I could go to the lounge and then just sit there and live stream there. And they're like, no, the check-in is not opening until 9:30 p.m., which is not going to work because it's an hour into streaming and I can't stop in between to go check in and then go through the security, so I had to just cancel the flight and book one for tomorrow.
Oh my God. What a pain in the ass, but you're a trooper, sir. You want to share your chart? Let's see what's going on with the Bitcoin. With the Bitcoins.
Are we having fun with our Bitcoin? Not much fun, not much fun. A little bit of fun, but not much.
Nice. Look at Tesla. There you go.
All right, so I'm going to start with the daily. So daily, we have finally gotten that retest of that silver cross that hadn't been retested since it crossed. We hadn't really gotten a test of that 9 EMA. Now our current wick low is, and our current yesterday's daily close was right around that daily 9 EMA. Although we are below the median, and we have kind of front run the median on today's wick high, and as long as we are below the median, we will have probabilities of coming down to the bottom 38.2%. Which as of this moment sits at around $120,000. Our previous wick low is around 119,600, and right now I am thinking that whatever move we get, anywhere between this 9 EMA and this 38.2 is going to be a prime opportunity zone for a long, for at the very least a retest of this median, and your stop loss would be right at this wick low. So you would be risking about like 0.5% versus in your favor about 2%, about 4 to 1 odds, pretty good. And then your next area would be this top 38.2%. That's about like close to 5%, pretty good. And then the area above there would be around 127,000, which is your current monthly median, and that's roughly 6%. I would personally be cutting all long exposure around that $127,000 area because I'm putting a lot of importance onto that monthly median. If we do lose this $119,600 low, I don't think we're gonna get our bottom at this 21 EMA. I think it's gonna be somewhere around this 55 EMA, and that, as at this moment, is sitting at about $115,000 to $116,000. And that bounce likely is gonna take us anywhere around this 21, right around that 118, maybe even up to 120. But unless we close back above the daily 9 EMA, I think we're gonna come back eventually down to the 100. But I don't think this is what's happening right now. If I had to put it into a numbers thing, I would say I'm on the 70%, more likely that we're going to bottom somewhere around this 38.2% and then go to all-time highs from there. My other scenario is somewhere around 113 to 114. That would be more of a deeper pullback than I'm hoping for or expecting, but it is a scenario that is possible. Somewhere around that 113 area, retest that daily 100 EMA, be a very dirty pullback and make an ever so slightly higher low, and then run it up to new all-time highs. And that would go along with the bear moon, where if we don't continue or get continuation until before we get that bear moon, then it's very likely we're going to get that 113 test out of that bear moon. And the bear moon, I'm not sure exactly what the day is. It's 2 weeks after the 6th, so that would put us somewhere around the 20th of October. Right now, the daily is flipped to the downside of momentum, very close to making it into the bearish control zone, with volatility now starting to tick back up from extreme lows. It's still below the moving average, so it's not at an expansion phase yet, but maybe in this next day or two, this is going to start expanding. And as long as we are holding the 38.2%, probabilities are that that's going to be to the upside. Lose that 38.2%, then we're going to get volatility expansion to the downside, and it makes that 113 area more of a possibility. Right now, and the daily is also giving you a sell signal on the jewel, which hasn't been confirmed yet, but this is likely going to confirm. What I'm thinking this is going to play into is, since we do have a bullish cross with the pink above the yellow, it's going to come down somewhere around this zone here, and then right at the edge of the bullish control zone, flip back up. And that would be the more bullish scenario, where we hold that 38.2%, and this just flips back up from here, puts in some hidden bullish divergence, and then sends it up to new all-time highs. Let's go to 4 hour. 4 hours now getting a rejection from that bottom 38.2%. Momentum is still technically flipped to the upside, with volatility very close to going into an expansion phase. And the 4-hour jewel has now lost the sell signal within the bearish control zone. On this first attempt, we did reject and flip back into the bearish control zone, and now we're flipping back out. Usually whenever the jewel does something like this, where it rejects getting out of the bearish control zone, flips back in, and then opens, loses the sell signal, this is the one that usually ends up playing out and makes its way somewhere around the bullish control zone, if not into the bullish control zone. We have an example right here, where we flip back up, we rejected, went back into the bearish control zone, and then when we flipped up, this is the move that we were looking for. That actually ended up playing out. And if we mark this with a vertical line just to see what happened right here, see if we have another example. This one was not really. This one is a good one. And let's see what happened with price. Come on. This was the bearish retest. It's for lower, and then that was the actual move. Initially about 1%, 3.7, 4.5, and 7.52. This is a 4-hour setup, so these are going to be smaller numbers. Oh, this is a nice one. Basically got the bottom. Initial pump of 0.5%, 2, 5, and 15. And now we'll mark this current one. There we go. And from the open, we have gone up 0.29%, taking about 1%. 1% brings us to roughly this previous high, very close to the median, around $122,600. 5% brings us to new all-time highs at around $127,000. Very interesting. That is that monthly median, right around that 5% number. And the higher end number of 15% brings us to just under $140,000 at $139,000. Interesting. And right now, the number we want to close over for the short-term breakout to avoid the move lower and basically confirm the bottom here and at this 119,600 is we want to see a close of this 4-hour 21 EMA, which lines up with 38.2%, basically around $122,000. Let's say 121.9, but I'd prefer to see 122 close over there. That sends us back to this 38.2%, around $124,000. And this is the area where once you start to close over this last major rejective lower high at 123,750, 755, very likely you're going to be going to new all-time highs at that point, right? And I'm leaning towards the bias that right now, maybe if we do see a move to the downside, maybe a retest of 120, I do think that will be an opportunity, if not the bottom being in right now. But that would be that would take a confirmation of be close over 120, 121.9. Either one of those two things is a scenario that I think is playing out right now. Either we close over this area on this move and we go up to that 124 area, or we get a retest of 120 and then from there we move up to 124. Not really much of a difference, because 120 is like $1,600 from where we are right now. Not really much unless you're using like 100x leverage, then it's much. And we are putting in some bullish divergence right now in the 4-hour with price making lower lows and momentum is making higher lows. This will confirm with any close over about 121,733, which is pretty close to that 121,755 area. Let's zoom out, go to the 2-day. Bad, some agua. There we go. 2-day is also now putting in a bottoming candle with right at this 5 EMA, and we are still continuing to hold this 5 EMA. And as long as we are holding the 5 EMA and this 61.8%, probabilities are that we're going to come back to retest the 78.6% wherever it is on this next open. Right now, it's sitting at around $125,600. It will update in about 1 day and 10 hours. I'd like to see this go around 124. That would line up with a lot of my bias, and it would also give us the perfect area we would need for that next breakout to 88.3%. And if the 78.6% moves down, 88.3% will likely move down as well. And that I'd like to see at that 127 area for that monthly median. Although you can't really exactly predict where they're going to move to, we'd want to see wherever they are on this next open. Momentum on the 2-day is still pointing to the upside with volatility expanding, and we're about to get a bullish cross on the jewel with the pink above the 21. That also lines up with the idea of the bottom currently being in at 119.6, if this does confirm. 5 days right along, at that top 38.2%. We are currently getting a rejection around that 124 area. I'd love to see this at 124 because it confirms that idea of that short term, or that number we would need to close over to go to new all-time highs. Right now, 5-day is flipped to the upside, getting close to the bullish control zone, with volatility also now close to getting into expansion phase. This isn't quite there just yet, but it's just getting very close. And the jewel is now giving you a continuation on that buy signal, a second period of a buy signal, with hidden bullish divergence now, since we have taken out this previous low and price is making a higher low from that low. If we continue to get a rejection from the median, what's likely going to happen is that, that 38.2% is the median is going to move up, and then we're likely going to get a test of that, and then that will probably take spike us into new all-time highs. Right now, the median is sitting around 116.5. If this doesn't move, likely it's going to be somewhere around with this 5 EMAs right now, around that 119, maybe 120 area. I'd like to see it at 120 because that fits my bias. Maybe we could see it a little bit lower than 120, but ideally we want to see it higher than 119.6 to continue making a higher low. Let's go to the index. The weekly is now right at that median, slightly below the median. Actually, we're above it by around $100. Median's around 121.8, and we did open above the median on this current weekly open after rejecting it on the last one. So as long as we are holding over that median, probabilities are that we're going to go to the top 38.2%, and that's right now around $144,000. It is going to move on this next open. Maybe it'll line up somewhere with that 138 to 140 number that we just saw. We'll have to see wherever it moves on the open, but we want to continue seeing price hold over that median, and that will also confirm the idea of the bottom being at 119.6. Right now, momentum is still pointing up on the weekly, with volatility sitting at extreme lows at basically 0% now. And the weekly is starting to lose the sell signal on the jewel, flipping back over into a neutral signal, also landing up with the idea of 119.6 being the bottom. 2-week is currently still making its way towards that median, getting some nice expansion off that 2-week 9 EMA, with momentum still pointing to the upside on the 2-week. and volatility now at extreme lows at 12%. However, on the other side, there is a sell signal on the jewel, but that will be invalidated with any close over 117,971, and we close in 2 days, so we're still $5,000 over that number. Nothing stopping us from dumping $5,000 to $6,000 in the next 2 days. Hopefully that won't happen, but as long as it doesn't happen, we should still be going towards that median, and the median right now is sitting at 133. It will update in 2 days. It'll be interesting to see if it lines up with our monthly median at that point, around 127. So the monthly is still positioned to the upside. Monthly has hidden bullish divergence, taking out all of these previous lows. That will need a close over 117,971 to confirm. Same number that we just saw before. As long as we're closing over that number, that will invalidate the sell signal on the jewel on the 2-week, and that will send us up towards that median. Right now, the median of the monthly is at 127.4. That's why I put so much weight on that 127 number, because the monthly median is going to be a very significant area. If you notice our all-time highs in December of around $108,000, nice rejection of that monthly median. Other all-time highs, basically a rejection of the median. This nuke, rejection of the median. Over here, rejection of the median. Basically, every single time we've touched the median, it has been a rejection so far on the monthly. So maybe we run a little bit above that 127 median. I personally wouldn't want to take that chance, and I'll just hit my TP at that median at 127. No need to get greedy. Now we will go into the RSI. Now going to Tether. Start with the daily. Come on. Come on, sometime today. There we go. Tether currently has active bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 4.24%. And your next target on that bullish divergence is going to be the edge of the bullish control zone, and bearish control zone, and that level sits right now at 4.42%. Lines up kind of nicely with our daily 100 EMA. And as long as you are below that daily 100 EMA, you should be on a short bias for Tether. And any test of this 100 EMA would be a short if you could trade this. Let's go to 4-hour. You know, on our favorite scam exchange, FTX, you could trade this.
That's beautiful.
But on that thing, you could trade literally everything. They had an index called the shitcoin index, which you could short.
How'd that go?
It went wonderfully until it didn't. It went swimmingly until it didn't. Just like Enron.
Exactly.
2-hour currently has active multiple drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 4.39%, and you've already hit the easy target, which is the neutral zone on the RSI. Next level is the bearish control zone. That level sits at 4.25%. And volatility is now starting to tick back up from just below that 15% area. We want to see it get above the moving average for confirmation of expansion, but it's very close to getting expansion. And we've got bearish divergence now. This lines up with my idea for 119.6 being the low. Let's get our fingers crossed and our cheeks clenched.
Now, if I'm looking at this and reading it myself, because I'm an idiot, it sounds more like it's going to go up first, like the price of Bitcoin, and then go down.
On Tether?
Yep. Because on the 2-hour, you have a bearish divergence, but on the 4, you have a bullish divergence, right? Or was it the daily? Did you get frozen? I think you did. 1 second, everybody. It was 39 minutes.
Can you hear me?
There you go. Now I can hear you.
All right. Yeah, what'd you say?
I was saying that it sounds more like in the 2-hour, you have bearish divergence on Tether. But on the daily or the 4-hour, the one before, which was a higher time frame,
that has a bullish
divergence. Which means, in my stupid view, that first, that means the bearish divergence in Tether will play out, which means you get a pump on Bitcoin, and then you get the bullish divergence on Tether to play out, which means it'll drop. So first, you're going to 123,500 maybe, and then down?
Yeah, that'd be the scenario where you go up to 123, 124, get a rejection, and then you come down and make a lower low.
Okay.
Hourly has also got bearish divergence. That would line up with the bearish control zone at right around 4.31%. Slight move up on Bitcoin, and then this would be the scenario where you get a rejection from there, and then you get a move down, tap that 113 area, and this would take some time. So it would line up with the bear moon too.
Hmm.
Interesting. 15 minutes, nothing. Now we go into a little bit of a higher time frame on Tether, and then Bitcoin. 2 days also got hidden bullish divergence. This also lines up with that idea. And 2 day, this will be active as long as you're closing over 4.18%. Next target on the bullish divergence is going to be the bullish control zone. That level sits at 4.56%. Really interesting. 3 days also got bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 4.15%. You've hit the easy target, which is the neutral zone. Next level will be the bullish control zone. That level right now sits at 5.12%. This would be Bitcoin hitting that 113 area if this does play out. Because if you were to take it to about 5.12%, that is a move up on Tether of, God, that's like 18%. That correlates to at least a 20% move down on Bitcoin. That's more than 113.
Oh, yeah. That's 100.
5 day, however, yeah, that's right around, I think, 100 something, maybe like
102.
Yeah, right around the low 100s.
Yep.
This is some hopium for the bulls now. Is 5 days still got multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence, which, however, will invalidate with any close over 4.36%, which we are very close to right now. And if you get that close, that will give you a minimum target of hitting this neutral zone, which right now sits at 4.48%. Next level above the neutral zone is going to be the bullish control zone. That's at that 5.2% number. And 5 days now at extreme low zone volatility. So hidden bearish divergence doesn't validate. Probably going to go to that bullish control zone. Weekly also has bearish divergence, some more hopium for the bulls. This will be active as long as you're closing below 4.74%. A little bit of a more difficult number to invalidate. However, if this continues to that 5.2% number, this will invalidate. And your current target of the bearish control zone has been hit. Next level is the critical zone, which is going to update in 2 days. Right now, it's at 2.05%. And that's only really going to be a reality once you start to lose 4.15% area. As long as you are over 4.15%, probably going to go up to somewhere around 5% first. And weekly is now 3 periods of 0% volatility. 2 week also has hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 4.74%. And your next target is right now the bearish critical zone, which right now is likely going to update, but it's at 1.14%. Let's go into the monthly. And monthly also has hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 4.74%. And you've got another drive present possible here with momentum making a higher high and price making another lower high. This will confirm with a close below 4.19%. I'll give you a target of this 100 EMA at about, it's ever so slightly rising. Right now it's at about 3.5, like 3.55%. And to line up with any of our RSI targets, no, not quite. Now we'll go into Bitcoin. I'm going to daily. Bitcoin daily now has an active drive of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 123,755. And your next target on that bearish divergence is going to be between the simple moving average and the bullish control zone. And that puts you between 116,600 and 116,269. I would have said 116.2, but this is just too perfect of a number to not say. And then the next level is going to be the neutral zone, which currently sits at about 109,590. Volatility is currently contracting with that bearish divergence, so it's some more hopium. 4 hours currently got hidden bearish divergence active. This will be active as long as you're closing below $121,733. Next level on that, next target on that bearish divergence, so the easy target is going to be somewhere between the simple moving average and the bearish control zone, and that'll put you at 119.9 to 119.9 to 118, 118.7. This would be the idea of that bullish scenario playing out, us holding the current bottom, current lows, and then sending it from there. Not just a little bit less likely, quite less likely. More likely that you're going to get a little bit of a move up to that 124 area, get a rejection, and then come down. Although this wouldn't be necessarily false if we did get a move to 124, or a little bit of move down to 119, 120, bounce from there to 124, and then reject. That would still technically, I guess, be true. More of a fucky scenario. 2 hour, nothing. Okay, let's go to the daily. 2 day. Nothing there. We've invalidated the bullish divergence. 5 day currently still has active multiple drives of bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 119,202. And your next target on that bullish divergence is going to be the bullish control zone, since you've already hit the easy target of the neutral zone. Bullish control zone right now is at 126,000, although this will update in 2 days and 10 hours. Volatility is now starting to expand from below that 15% area, though. It's getting above the moving average and getting above 15%. So we want to see this 2 day or this 5 day in about 2 days and 10 hours close, confirming this volatility expansion, and that will confirm a 5 day setup to the upside. And then if that 5 day setup does confirm to the upside, that for me will remove that possibility of coming back down to the low $100,000 area. From there, I'm going to be looking for some significant new all-time highs once that setup is confirmed, because that does have an 85% hit rate of playing out in terms of direction of momentum. And if we have hidden bullish divergence, momentum is to the upside. Let's go into the weekly. Weekly's also got multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. This will remain active as long as you're closing over 111,478, and your next target on that divergence is going to be the simple moving average, which right now is at about 123,800. This will be the easy target. And then the target after that, considering volatility is at extreme lows, is the critical zone. And this level will update, but right now it's sitting at $173,000. A little bit of a high number. Right now, the jewel is losing that sell signal, flipping over into the neutral with that hidden bullish divergence and volatility at extreme lows. I believe it's expanding now too. It is expanding, just getting above the moving average. 2 week is now also still putting in that fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 117,885, and that'll give you an easy target of hitting the critical zone, which will update, but right now it's at 152,700. This is also really is a big fuel for my bias that of somewhere around 119 bottoming us to at least getting a move to 124. I'd have to see if we go to all-time highs or not, based off if we can get a daily close over 124 or not. The actual number is around 123, like 750, but I'm saying 124 just to be safe. Let's go into the monthly, and we'll be index for this one. Monthly still got hidden bullish divergence, taking out this previous low, price making a higher low, and this will be active as long as you're closing over $107,286. Your next target is currently the critical zone, and that level sits at $150,000. Lines up with the previous number we looked at, 152. But on the other hand, you do have 3 drives of bearish divergence possible between this point, and this point, because you are making higher highs on the price, while momentum is making lower highs. And that will confirm with the same number that invalidates the bullish divergence at 107,286. And then that'll give you an easy target of hitting this edge of the bullish control zone. And that right now sits at $92,000. And this very likely will not be where it stops. This is probably where it's going to get a little bit of a bearish retest bounce. And that bounce likely fails and takes us towards somewhere around the neutral zone. And right now the neutral zone sits at $59,000. That's a very, very low number. From all-time highs, that is just for funsies, like 52% to the downside. Not bad. That'd be an equivalent move to what we got in 2021 when Tesla stopped accepting Bitcoin and the price crashed from $63,000 to like $29,000. And then everyone went on stage saying, fuck Elon. Never will forget. And then we did go to new all-time highs from there. Now we will go into momentum. That'd be very funny if we come down to $59,000, make an ever so slightly new all-time high at 130 or 133, and then the bear market starts. Monthly is still positioned to the upside on Bitcoin, with volatility now at extreme lows once again, and we will be pointed up with hidden bullish divergence as long as we are closing over 115,000, 115,050, let's say. Let's go to the 2-week. 2 weeks also has volatility at extreme lows, and we are currently flipped down, but we will flip up in 2 days and 10 hours if we close over 118,850. And 2-week, let's see if it has it on the stochastic as well. Stochastic does not have any hidden bullish divergence, although the RSI does. Weekly has volatility at 3 periods of extreme, I believe it's 3. Yeah, 3 periods of extreme lows with momentum freshly flipping back up, maintaining the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $116,000. Weekly is also freshly flipped. 5 days also freshly flipped up, with volatility expanding from many periods of extreme lows, and we're going to be flipped up as long as we're closing over $117,400. On the Bluffin, I believe it was higher. Yeah, Bluffin is the one that's giving us the volatility setup. About to confirm. Let's check the other exchange. So Bluffin is the only one interesting. The other perpetuals exchange, I'm not going to say their name, does not have it confirmed. Let's check it on a different perpetuals, just to make sure. BTC, USDT, P. Okay, so on all the other perpetuals, it hasn't actually confirmed. Bluffin is the only one that it has. So I would default to the index and not take it as confirmed then. We're not above the 15% area just yet. It's at about 8.7%, but momentum is freshly flipped up. And last time momentum freshly flipped up on the 5-day, we did go to new all-time highs, and we flipped up over here. We went to new all-time highs. Let's go down to the 2-day. And 5-day also does have hidden bullish divergence, by the way, also because we took out previous lows while momentum made it a higher low. 2 days can be freshly flipped up also, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $123,950 with volatility expanding. And that 2-day currently still has a volatility setup playing out because momentum, volatility is expanding from that 15% area with momentum flipping up in this zone here. And currently from volatility expansion, we are up, let's see, about 10%. The average move is roughly 10%, by the way, for the 2-day setup, 10 to 15%. Daily currently flipped down with volatility contraction, and we will be flipped down as long as we're closing below $124,200. Go down. Actually, let's check out the 12-hour. Interesting. That's flipped to the downside also, with volatility very close to getting into an expansion phase, and it will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 123,950. 4 hours currently freshly flipped up with the double derp of life, and you're going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 120,600. And 4 hours now forming bullish divergence with price making lower lows, momentum making higher lows, and volatility expansion with the bullish divergence and momentum being freshly flipped up. Right now, the 4 hour, although the candle does look kind of nasty, but if we are maintaining momentum to the upside with volatility expansion and bullish divergence still being active, I would be still looking for that move slightly higher to 123.7 for 123.7 to 124,000. 2 hours also freshly flipped up with volatility now approaching extreme lows, and we will be flipped up as long as we're closing over 121,100. Did I say 2-day or 2 hour? I meant 2 hour. 2 days.
You said 2-day, yeah.
I meant, yeah, 2-day. For some reason, I thought I said, or for some reason, I said 2-day instead of 2 hour. Hourly is freshly flipped down with volatility at extreme lows. Kind of goes against what goes in favor of the idea of retesting that 119 to 120 area before that move up. And we are going to be flipped down as long as we're below 121,950. Let's scroll back to the high time frames. All right. So on the high time frame, starting from the monthly, it is leaning more bullish because we do have hidden bullish divergence still active, momentum still pointing up, with volatility now at extreme lows. 2-week is now giving you a possible drive of hidden bullish divergence, which will confirm as long as we're closing over 117,971. And 2-week also now has a volatility set up with the momentum about to flip back to the upside. And 5 days now also giving you a volatility set up with momentum flipping up and multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. Weekly also has hidden bullish divergence with a volatility set up and multiple periods of 0% volatility. On the daily, however, you do have bearish divergence on Bitcoin, and the daily on Tether has regular bullish divergence. However, the lower time frames, Bitcoin is putting in bullish divergence and Tether is putting in bearish divergence. So it is likely we get a little bit of a move, but on the very low time frames, Bitcoin is starting to flip down. So it is likely you get a little bit of a move down to somewhere around 119 to 120. Although based off of the 4-hour, I am looking for a bounce from that zone to somewhere around that 123 to 124 area. And then from there, whether we reject in that zone or not, it's going to determine whether we go into new all-time highs or not. Getting a daily close over 123,755 is what puts in multiple drives of hitting bullish divergence across the board. And that takes us to new all-time highs right around 127 for the monthly median. If you start to reject 124, however, that's where you're likely going to get a test down to somewhere around that daily 100 EMA. And you are going to get volatility expansion to the downside, and that's around $113,000 currently. I am leaning against that scenario as of this moment. I am leaning more towards getting a move down to somewhere around 119, 120, a bounce from there, and that'll take us up to 124. And if we can, with a daily close over 123,750 to somewhere around 127,000, that will line up with the Academy long that we have out right now as well. And the invalidation will be getting either a tick below around $107,200 or a weekly close below around 108,700. And if that happens, we're very likely at minimum going to come down to this low $100,000 area at around 102 to retest this 2-week 21 EMA. And very likely you are going to get a strong bounce in that area. But as long as you're trading below 112,000 after that bounce, I think we're going to go lower and come down to this 55, around this $82,000 area. And I think we're likely going to be getting our monthly close below the 9 EMA at that point, confirming a bear market for me. And as long as we don't have a monthly close below the 9 EMA, I can't say that we're in a bear market.
Why not?
I guess you can. You can.
Nice.
but your P&L will not like it.
Excellent. So coming up right up is Circle, I believe. CRCL. Yeah, Circle Internet Group.
CRCL. Oh, I thought it was Jack Dorsey's Circle.
Well, doesn't he have a Square? Isn't this Circle Coinbase's?
Oh, his is Square? I thought it was Circle. Except for target.
I am so confused. Well, it's a square and there's a circle, okay? Somewhere around here. So we'll figure it out at some point.
Yeah, they're just shapes.
Excellent. So Circle is next. Let's get it. Vale, pues, Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, lo estamos viendo en una tabla diaria, por supuesto. Voy a quitar el plumoncillo antes de cagarla. Pueden ver perfectamente cómo Bitcoin continúa en este delicioso rango, jugando perfectamente con nuestro soporte en los 120,800, pero pueden notar algo que hemos visto desde ayer. Tuvimos un cierre por debajo del promedio del 9 con la vela de ayer, y hoy estamos siendo rechazados por el 5 y el 9 y continuamos aquí abajo. Y la pregunta va a ser, este toque de la línea meme es para rebotar e ir a los 123,500, tal vez a los 124, y de ahí ir a máximos históricos, o tal vez tocar la línea, rebotar y después caer. ¿Cuál va a ser la movida? ¿Vale? Es lo que vamos a presentar en este momento, damas y caballeros, para que lo tengan bien presente en el ambiente. No sé qué tiene que ver eso, pero pues se siente potente porque todo esto rima y a fin de mes todo es concretamente diferente. Güey, deja de decir pendejadas. Ok, basta. Empecemos con el análisis de los Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Vamos a empezar con la trimestral. Y ahora, aquí en la trimestral les traigo interesante, una comparación interesante. Hemos platicado de esto varias veces. Si eres primero Es de las primeras veces que ves esto. Esto es un índice de volatilidad que se llama BBWP, está justamente aquí en indicadores. BBWP, B de bebé, B de bebé, W y P de pendejo. Ahora, cada que vemos la línea bajar de colores, que es la volatilidad, el blanco es el promedio, el precio de Bitcoin baja y es normalmente cuando va en mercados bajistas. Cuando hace fondo y se da la vuelta, es literalmente lo que pasa con el precio. Hace fondo y se da la vuelta y topea. No aquí, pero cuando baja por debajo del promedio. Este es octubre 21, que fue el fondo del mercado. ¿Ok? Y acá, esto fue octubre del 2023, que fue cuando encontramos ese súper pompazo de jamás que nos llevó hasta los $126,000. Y ahora estamos con potencial para cerrar acá. ¿Por qué los traigo a esto? El dólar básicamente está haciendo un poco de lo mismo. Sobre todo en este gráfico de 12 meses, quiero que lo vean. El dólar literalmente está en el punto más bajo de toda la historia en este gráfico anual, el DXY. Simplemente es interesante porque Bitcoin pues viene de arriba para abajo. El dólar viene de abajo para arriba. ¿Y eso qué quiere decir? Que si el dólar continúa ganando terreno, probablemente hayamos visto o estemos cerca del tope en los Bitcoin, pero vamos a tener que mantener la paciencia por acá. Por ahora, lo que nos queda es simplemente apreciar esto y tenemos que poner atención por 2 meses y 20 días para ver cómo va a cerrar esta vela trimestral, para ver si de verdad la volatilidad va a cerrar así o se podría dar la vuelta, porque recuerden, cada una de estas es una sesión. La última sesión está por encima, siguiente por arriba, por encima y ahora por acá. Esta sesión es la que todavía no sabemos dónde está apuntando. Podría tranquilamente esto voltearse y continuar a la alza. Así que todavía no lo podemos dar por hecho. Tenemos que esperar y son 3 meses. Mínimo lo que estamos viendo aquí es una tendencia claramente alcista, donde tenemos altos más altos en todos lados, bajos más altos en todos lados. Tenemos nuestros promedios perfectamente en orden, nuestro promedio del 5 en los 103,695, nuestro 9 en los 84, 21 en los 61 y 34 en los $44,000, que por cierto, nunca hemos tocado el promedio del 34 en esta tabla trimestral, para que lo tengan claro. Hemos estado en medio de, pero no lo tocamos. Así que solamente vale la pena mencionarlo por acá. Voy a poner el HPDR para que mi tabla se haga chiquitita, perfecto. Y todo el mundo me diga, no, es que puedes hacerlo así. No, no se puede con el HPDR. Lo que estamos viendo es el rechazo, justamente lo que habíamos platicado la última vez. Este pre-rechazo de la parte baja de la zona azul que está en los 127,688. De no poder romper esta zona, tenemos chance de venir al promedio del 5 que está en los 103 o al 50%, que es donde está la línea meme por ahí de los $98,000. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual estamos por encima de la media está en 115,500, que es por eso que los 115,500 son tan importantes. Faltan todavía 21 días y 10 horas para cerrar esta vela, así que no tenemos nada. Algo que vale la pena ver es volatilidad, está en el punto más bajo de toda la tabla. Cuando ves la volatilidad estando en el punto más bajo de toda su historia, sobre todo en una mensual, porque literalmente es toda la historia de Bitcoin de esta tabla, te está diciendo que vas a tener una probabilidad muy alta del movimiento más potente de toda la historia en esta tabla. ¿Ok? Para arriba o para abajo. Tenemos que ver para cuando la volatilidad se da la vuelta y expande, para dónde está apuntando el precio y para dónde está apuntando momentum, que es esencial para poder ver esto. Por ahora, simplemente nos está diciendo que viene un movimiento muy grande. Y ese movimiento muy grande nos puede llevar tranquilamente a los $146,000, que es la parte alta de la zona azul, hasta potencialmente los 184,000. Y del otro lado, la parte baja de la zona azul son $90,000 hasta la parte baja del 34, que son $74,000. Ahora, ¿ese sería todo el movimiento? No, eso sería como el principio del movimiento. Si estás hablando de un movimiento tan grande en esta tabla, estamos hablando de porcentajes gigantes. Y simplemente esto es como para darles una idea. Por ahora estamos por encima de la media, estando encima de 115,500, es más alcista que bajista, pero definitivamente queremos romper esos 127,800, que es la media trimestral. La parte baja de la zona azul en la trimestral. Si no podemos, ahí es donde vamos a empezar a encontrar estos recortes. Siguiente objetivo a la baja serían 113,338, que es donde está el promedio del 5 en la mensual. Para arriba ya se los puse, simplemente los $145,000. Atentos, 2 semanas, adivinen qué, también tienes la volatilidad en el punto más bajo en la tabla de toda la historia, lo que te dice una vez más que vas a tener la probabilidad de un movimiento gigantesco en cualquier dirección. Vamos a estar pendiente de ello. Lo que sí podemos ver acá es nuestra media nos rechazó ya por ahora mínimo en los 122,892, que está justo muy cerca de esta línea meme, está por acá. Ese rechazo nos mantiene por encima de este rango que es muy importante, el de los 121. Si podemos, 120,900. Si podemos aguantar por ahí, deberíamos tener más probabilidades de venir a retestear la media en los 122,890. Pero de no poder vencer esos 122,890, lo que deberíamos tener es un rechazo e ir a esos 113, que es donde está el promedio 5 mensual, se encuentra, o el promedio 9 de 2 semanas se encuentra. Y de perder los 112, 104 sería lo que sigue, o 103, que es el promedio del 21, o la parte baja de la zona azul. Así de fácil. Semanal está pintándonos, no hay volatilidad, damas y caballeros. Otra vez nos está diciendo que viene un movimiento bastante potente. Por ahora, nuestra media se encuentra justamente donde está la parte alta de este rango. Por eso es muy importante poder mantener esta media para el cierre en 2 días y 10 semanas. En 10 semanas, 10 días y 10 semanas. ¡Wow! 2 días y 10 horas. Si podemos aguantar por encima de los 120,900, deberíamos de poder venir a buscar estos $135,000 a la alza. Pero de no hacerlo, vamos a tener más probabilidad de venir a buscar el promedio del 5 primero en los 117,500 y de ahí el promedio del 9, que es 115,331, que es la media mensual, porque estamos por encima de, ¿qué era? Un segundo. Sí, la media mensual, exactamente. 115,500. 115,500 es la llave. Tenemos que aguantar ahí. Si no aguantamos, vamos mínimo a los 113, que es lo que estábamos. Es el número que sigue, aparece y aparece y aparece y aparece. Por ahora continúas en una tendencia alcista. Tienes este mínimo, máximo, mínimo, un máximo más alto. Y ahora, ¿de qué se trata? De ya cerraste el alto más alto. La única forma de poder ver eso es que llegues por debajo del precio de 111,558. Si es que eso llega a pasar, este fue tu máximo y no histórico, pero sería tu máximo. De no pasar, pues simplemente continuarías. 5 días. Vamos a ver si sigue pintando estas cosas. 5 días empieza a apuntar para arriba la volatilidad, pero todavía no oficialmente de la línea meme, que es el 15%. Está solamente en 9.13% después de varios periodos de nula volatilidad. Estamos esperando este movimiento también. Estos movimientos en la de 5 días son más o menos de 30%. Y para que tengas una idea, ¿cuánto sería 30% en esta tabla? ¿A la alza o a la baja? A la alza sería $160,000 casi, y a la baja sería $84,000, para que tengas un rango de a dónde te puede llevar esto. Solamente este, y te digo, como tienes la de 2 semanas, tienes la semanal, tienes la mensual, tienes la no la trimestral, pero las demás sí, en modo de expansión del punto más bajo de toda su historia, el movimiento va a ser mucho más fuerte de 30%. Entonces, objetivo a la alza o a la baja van a ser mucho más grandes de los que les canté ahorita en esos números. Así que pendientes ahí para todos los que se quieren hacer millonarios de la noche a la mañana. Ahora, el problema grande que van a tener que encontrarse todos por acá es esta vela topera hija de puta en la de 5 días. Faltan 2 días y 10 horas, pero si llegas a cerrar por debajo de los 119,200, que es esta vela, estarías efectivamente confirmando la vela topera. Y si confirmas la vela topera, eso quiere decir que vas más probablemente a moverte para abajo que para arriba. Así que mantengan un ojo por ahí. Diaria, ya tienes volatilidad contrayendo en lo que el precio está contrayendo después de expansión que nos llevó de acá a acá. Con esta contracción simplemente nos sugiere que puede haber consolidación o una corrección. Nos está rechazando, ya lo habíamos dicho ayer, perdimos el promedio del 9, hoy ni siquiera hemos tocado la media que se encuentra en los 123,279, poéticamente donde está esta línea meme, y ahora vamos para acá abajo en el rechazo en el promedio del 5 y el 9. Siguiente objetivo de no poder romper los 122,300 debería de ser los 119,700, 800, que es donde deberíamos de aguantar técnicamente por el gráfico de 5 días. Si no aguantamos los 119, pues tío, 118 es el siguiente objetivo, pero ya en 118, 115 es el número que seguiría y de ahí para abajo. Déjame ver la de 12 horas. 12 horas rechazo, ya venimos por debajo de la zona azul, estamos en el 50%, nos gustaría romper esos 121,500, de no poder hacerlo, tenemos la línea meme en los 120,800 y ahí el 61,8% en los 120. Ya ve entonces de dónde saca Farhan esos números. En la de 4 horas también tienes una vela toperona después de darle la pinta de que iba a ir a la media y ahora estás aquí abajo en el 121, en la parte baja de la zona azul y aguantando el 50%. Esta línea meme es para aguantar, tío. Si no aguantamos esta línea meme, el promedio del 100 está en los $119,000, que es otra zona de interés. Ok, puesto bastante sencillo. Aquí hay dos sopas que están jugando enfrente de nosotros, damas y caballeros. ¿Ok? De acuerdo a lo que estamos viendo de alta a baja temporalidad, todavía es temporalidades altas alcistas, temporalidades medias bajistas, temporalidad corta, muy corta, de 1 hora, 2 horas, son alcistas, temporalidades más altas como la diaria, 2 días, etcétera, son bajistas, lo que nos sugiere que tal vez veamos, si es que no lo encontramos ya acá, dos tipos de movimiento. Uno, a $119,000, que esto caiga por acá y de aquí rebotes para ir a buscar máximos históricos tal vez, si es que no te para la zona de los 123, y ahí para abajo, no estoy diciendo al fin del mundo, y la otra es que de acá vayamos a los 123,500, ahí rechacemos y vayamos para abajo. Si el movimiento lo da primero para arriba, va a bajar. Si el movimiento lo da para abajo, va a subir. Es lo que tienes que tener en mente. Ahora, ¿dónde es que quieres entrar? Bastante sencillo. En movimiento a la baja, 120, 120, entre 119,900 y 120,100. ¿Ok? La cosa es, si te llevas la baja de esta vela, el 119, y esto es donde Bitcoin juega súper sucio, 119,713. Si te lo llegas a llevar a la baja, probablemente vayas a los 115,500. Y si vas a los 115,500 y no los aguantas, que es la media mensual y no me acuerdo si es la parte baja de la zona azul o la media también en la semanal, es más, lo voy a ver solamente por metiche. No, es el promedio del 9 en la semanal. Ok. Si te llegas a llevar los 115,500 para abajo, vas a ir hasta los 113, tío. ¿Ok? Y es acá donde tienes que ponerte buzo caperuso. Recuerden, ¿qué es lo que nos hace mejores traders que a los demás? Que los demás están comprando esto, ¿no? En donde estás y están escogiendo, vamos para arriba o vamos para abajo. Pero el rango sugiere esto. ¿A alguien se le hace que estás en la parte baja o alta del rango? No. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que haces? Cuando vas a la parte baja del rango, compras para la subida. Cuando vas a la parte alta del rango, compras para la bajada. Y tienes estas zonas de fricción. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Si yo les voy a poner el ejemplo aquí para mi propio trade, ¿ok? Que el que ya tengo abierto es el de arriba para abajo, pero no el de abajo para arriba. Si veo que vamos de aquí a los 123,200, aquí a mí no me interesa la parte alta ni máximos históricos. No creo que los vayamos a ver. Tal vez 124 se llegan a dar, pero voy a jugarla a la segura. 123,200. Si toca aquí antes de bajar del mínimo que ya hizo, me voy en corto para abajo. ¿Ok? ¿Y dónde tomo mi take profit? Depende qué tan fuerte se lleve esto, si es que se lo lleva. Si no se lo lleva, aquí mismo en los 119,900. Ahora, si esto baja instantáneamente y cae a los 119,900, ¿no? A los 120, voy a irme long. Y no estoy diciendo que va a superar máximos históricos tampoco, tal cual como no estoy diciendo que es el fin del mundo, tampoco es el principio de tu vida como magnate. Es hay cosas en medio, ¿ok? Para que no te me pongas loco o loca. Simplemente es ver el movimiento contrario y esperar las zonas. Zonas a la alza para hacer corto, 123,200, más o menos ese rango. Zonas a la baja para hacer un long, 119,900, más o menos ese rango, para que lo tengas. Pierdes el mínimo de esta vela, vas a tener muy altas probabilidades de venir a buscar los 115,500 y de perder los 115,500, 112. No, 113, para que lo tengas en mente. Entonces, primero espérate a que dé el movimiento arriba o abajo, y ahí es donde quieres entrar. Por ahora, lo que tiene más sentido, de acuerdo a lo que está leyendo Farhan, para mí, es primero vas para arriba y después tienes que ir para abajo. Entonces, tengo ya aquí mi orden puesta, y esto fue antes de que Farhan diera su análisis, ya la tenía puesta ahí. Y hasta se me había olvidado, ahora que lo empezó a mencionar, fue de, ay, güey, sí es cierto. Pero bueno, y ahora sí que me estoy mamando, ¿no? De no pensar en nada. Eso es lo que es básicamente el Bitcoin. Vámonos a la dominancia de Bitcoin en putiza. La dominancia de Bitcoin en putiza continúa este tramo a la alza, destruyendo todos los sueños de toda la gente que está buscando este alt season que nada más no llega y no llega, que ya llegó. Solana fue de $8 a 300. Están jodiendo. Ethereum fue de 1,200 a que casi 5,000. No, ¿qué más quieren? Pero bueno, no hay confort. No nos vamos a conformar con nada de eso, Alejandro. Vamos a continuar. La zona en donde estamos es crítica. Si pueden ver justamente esto, si podemos romper estos 59.40, vámonos para arriba. ¿Cuáles son mis take profit de Bitcoin en las posiciones de corto y largo? Lo contrario que te dije, Canito. Si te dije que estoy entrando en 119,900 para long, ese es mi take profit en el corto de 123,500. Es súper fácil, es como lo uso, para que lo tengas como medida. Ahora, ¿puede bajar más? ¿Puede subir más? Sí, pero ya saben que a mí me gusta salirme con mi dinero en la bolsa, no me interesan los hero trades y poner, güey, hice 800 millones de dólares. No me vale verga. Aunque me lleve 10, 20, 30 mil dólares al mes de esto, estoy contento. No necesito más, gracias a Dios. No necesito eso, pero pues me los llevo contento. Así que siempre, siempre, siempre es ese estilo en el que estoy. Voy a esperar el movimiento. Si el movimiento va para arriba, voy a apostar al lado de abajo donde me hubiera metido para salirme. Y si el movimiento va para abajo, voy a apostar en donde me hubiera metido en la parte de arriba para salirme. ¿Entendiste? Avísame si tienes cualquier pregunta, Canito. Dominancia de Bitcoin, pues continuamos con lo mismo. Esta tendencia alcista para ir a buscar el promedio del 100 y después efectivamente, definitivamente los 62%. Y esto es importante para mucha gente. Cuando ves esto pasar, crees que Bitcoin solo puede subir, pero no. Si Bitcoin fuera a caer, solamente lo pongo en un escenario para darles contexto y que no crean. Hay muchas hay muchas personas que dan, que les enseñan cosas, pero basado en FOMO. Y para mí es, güey, no has tocado el promedio del 100 en cuánto tiempo, desde marzo del 2023, en la dominancia de Bitcoin, que fue cuando rompiste a la alza, ¿ok? Eso fue la crisis bancaria. No vas a romper el promedio del 100 a la primera. Ahí vas para arriba, ¿ok? Bien. Simplemente, por cierto, esta podría ser una ruptura, pero lo que yo creo es que vas mínimo a retestear esta zona. Bueno, probablemente por acá, ¿no? No va a llegar de un día a otro, va a ser esto, esta gatada, y acá es donde más o menos por noviembre, diciembre va a ir a retestear esta zona y ahí veremos. Cuando ves la dominancia de Bitcoin subir, mucha gente cree que el precio tiene que subir solamente, y solamente vengo a decirles que no es cierto. También puede caer el precio. ¿Y por qué subiría la dominancia de Bitcoin? Porque se han fijado que cuando cae Bitcoin fuertemente, digamos de 120 a 100,000, altcoins caen de Solana de 240 a 120 dólares. Son caídas de no mames. Y eso hace que la gente se brinque a Bitcoin a perder menos que en altcoins. y por ende el precio puede bajar. Solamente lo estoy diciendo para que lo tengan en mente porque hay gente que está diciendo otras cosas que no es que no tengan sentido, está incompleto el pensamiento, ¿ok? Y ahora, si Bitcoin empieza a subir de precio como loco, también generaría que la dominancia de Bitcoin subiera porque todo el mundo quiere treparse a las ganancias en Bitcoin en vez de estar en altcoins y eso simplemente mantendría los altcoins en un nivel estable a un poco más bajo de donde están. He ahí la diferencia. La dominancia de Tether fue la que a mí me ayuda con lo que está diciendo Farhan en este momento, porque hay divergencias alcistas en cortas temporalidades a la alza y en muy cortas son a la baja. Es por eso que digo que el movimiento tal vez venga primero para arriba y después para abajo en Bitcoin. Por ahora, la dominancia de Tether, después de esta ruptura de esta zona, continúa a la baja. Tenemos estructura alcista formándose en varios sentidos. Estás viendo una semanal. Desde aquí abajo estás haciendo esto, ¿no? Que eso es bajos más altos. Desde acá estás haciendo bajos más altos. Lo que no has venido a reprobar es esta zona, que fue esta, que empezó cuando, en agosto del 2024. Esta, y no has venido a regresar a testear la zona del breakdown, que es esta, que probablemente te lleve a esta zona. Y si aquí ya rompes y te quedas por encima, que una vez más, ya lo tocaste una, dos, la tercera fue un SFP, la cuarta ni siquiera llegó, vamos a ver si lo hace y se mantiene por arriba. Si ves esto, simplemente pues a Bitcoin y a todas las cosas cripto para abajo. Pero si te puedes llevar los 3.97 para abajo, el 3.97%, deberías de ir a esta cajita aquí abajo en el 3.42% y eso te llevaría a mega altos históricos en Bitcoin. Por ahora, Bitcoin simplemente por más altos históricos que nos ha dado y que todo el mundo continúa apostando a la casa, en verdad no son tantas ganancias como todo el mundo. Si hubieras comprado acciones en esta zona, en vez de Bitcoin, hubieras ganado más. Y es donde Bitcoin para mí empieza a perder el appeal que tenía antes. Porque, pues sí, tuvo un subidón desde el 2023, pero ya va por 3 años, cabrón. Ya va por 3 años de subida que le ha tomado hacer todo eso, que simplemente ha estado en subida. La cosa es, las acciones en estos movimientos rápidos que dan ahora empiezan a pagar mejor. ¿Y eso cómo va a afectar al mundo cripto? Recuerden, el mundo cripto, y ténganlo pensado, el mundo cripto no es cierto que les importa la tecnología, no es cierto que se trata de la descentralización, no es cierto nada de eso. Lo único que le importa a la gente que tiene Bitcoin es cuánto sube. Es todo. Es literalmente todo. ¿Qué pasa cuando la gente se empiece a dar cuenta que compré Bitcoin en el fondo de los aranceles? Qué chingón. Y me fui a altos históricos y vendí el alto completo. 68%. 68%, ¿no? Marcado. Bien. Les voy a enseñar esto. Magníficas, las 7 magníficas. ¿Dónde puta madres están escondidas? Magníficas. Ah, las colapsé. Aquí están. Meta. Recuerden, Bitcoin es un 68% del fondo de los aranceles de acá. Meta hizo un 65%. ¿Ok? O sea, comparado idéntico con Bitcoin. Apple, 53% por debajo. Nvidia, 123%. Muy por encima, es el doble de lo que hizo Bitcoin. Amazon, un chill 50%. Cerca de Bitcoin. Microsoft, 60%. Google, 81%. Y Tesla, que es la última de las 7 magníficas, 120%. Empiezan ya a tener mucha competencia. Y es donde tenemos que tener cuidado, porque si esto se vuelve un rango de trading, va a ser que eventualmente, y esto va a tomar muchos años, por cierto, la gente no, hasta que no le digan en las noticias 1000 veces algo, no lo cree, y normalmente cuando te lo dicen ya es tarde. Y eso va a ser, la volatilidad de Bitcoin ha desaparecido. Estás mejor invirtiendo en empresas. Bitcoin es un safe haven asset como el oro. Es que el oro ha subido cabrón. Güey, han pasado décadas para que suba donde está, después de la perdidota que tuvo. Así que atentos acá, mínimo por ahora, ya vieron los movimientos a corto, donde podríamos estar parados. Y pues vamos a ver Circle, como de que no, con el buen Farhano.
Circle. There you go. And I'm gonna do on the 2-day from the or start on the 2-day on the HPDR because we don't have much data to run the other time frames in HPDR, but we will do the other time frames on the RSI and the momentum.
Okay.
So on the 2-day, we are getting a nice projection from the 61.8%, dropping all the way back below the 38.2%, with momentum currently pointing to the downside, and volatility is just about to start ticking back up. It's still below the moving average, but it is getting in the phase for the pre-phase for expansion, and that goes along with getting dropped below 38.2%. If we do get a close below this 38.2%, which is right now at about $154.15, likely you're going to get a move down at a minimum towards the median, which as of this moment is sitting about $128. But with you would have a 61.8% chance of, after getting a test of that median, that you are going to go down to this bottom 38.2%, which right now is sitting at $113.33. And you have about 5 hours and 3 minutes before this candle closes. This level likely does update, and wherever that level goes to after the update is where that target is going to be. Right now, you are getting your 9 EMA very close to crossing above your 21. Not as significant as a silver cross, although it should give you a little bit of a move to the upside, and that would likely be another retest of this 38.2%. And at that point, that would be the prime opportunity for a short, and your stop loss would be this wick high, and you'd be targeting this median. And your risk would be, let's see, like 3.6% versus 16% in your favor. That's pretty good. Let's go down. Daily is currently flipped to the upside on momentum. That goes along with that slight retest of that top 38.2% before lower, with volatility currently expanding, and the jewel still giving you a buy signal, although it is starting to lose the curvature just a little bit, starting to look like it's going to switch into a neutral along maybe this next open. Ideally, we'd want to see that slight move up to retest that top 38.2%. We'd want to see it hold on the daily this 55 EMA. When that happens, then you likely get another retest of somewhere around this 150 to maybe 155, $56 zone, and then likely a nice rejection, and then move down from there. So 4 hour. 4 hours now, it's very close to getting momentum momentum to flip back up, with volatility now entering into or about to enter into an expansion phase from extreme lows from 0%. And we are resting right at the median on the 4 hour, which is around $147. If we can get a close over that median, that's what gives us a move, or above the median, that's what gives us a move into that top 38.2%, around that $155 to $156 area for that bearish retest on the 2-day before lower. Close below the median, and then you probably are not going to get that bearish retest, and you're just going to go straight down to around $138. Let's go to 2-day. Okay, now we'll go to the RSI. We're going to run the 5-day and remove the HPDR. And then just look at the HPDR momentum if it'll load. All right. So the 5-day has gotten a close over that 9 EMA, and we are currently resting at that 9 EMA. But what makes me not think that we are going to get continuation from here is that volatility and momentum are sitting at 100%. Weekly, it's not at 100%, but it's getting a little high. This is the highest level momentum has ever been. Volatility is going to be at the same level. Volatility, however, is not the highest level it's ever been. And as long as we are closing over this 9 EMA, it makes it a little bit harder to look for those lower targets. But based off of the lower time frames, I do think we are going to get that. Now we go to the RSI. I don't think we're getting much. RSI will have a lot more data. Come on. Oh, please. There you go. This thing launched in June of 2025. Quite new. Lower lows, no possibility of bullish divergence. Come on. Daily still has activated in bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $143.55. And your next target will be into the bullish control zone, which currently sits at about $151.63. Lines up with that idea of the short-term bearish retest into that 2-day 38.2%. Right now, if you invalidate the bullish divergence with a close below 143.55, you will have an easy target of hitting somewhere around the neutral zone, which right now sits at around $137. Also lines up with that $138 target to the downside. Four hours now, about to put in a massive bearish engulfing of the past 1, 2, 3 candles, almost past 4 candles. Zoom in a little. Lower high. Do we have any higher highs? Let's see. No, we don't. No bearish divergence. Come on. 2 hour currently has multiple tries of bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $151.11. And your next target is the bearish control zone, which right now sits at $141.90. And volatility is now at many periods of 0%. And we are starting to tick up from that 0% area with this move to the downside. That target would be around $138. Next level is the critical zone, which is kind of seeming likely now with volatility ticking up from this many periods of 0%. The critical zone is at $115. We're going to momentum. Monthly is looking like it's about to put in a local bottom. It needs to get a close over $147.70, and that will be confirmed as a local bottom. So a move into 138 really would just be a higher low. Come on. Sometime today. It's weird whenever the internet connection is fast, but trading view is still slow.
Well, trading view.
Can I get my volatility, please? Por favor, poquito más volatility. Come on. Bitcoin is getting that move to 120 now.
I'm literally staring at my computer, waiting for my order to be filled.
What's it at?
I'm at 119.969, and I'm going 60% of it in. And if it goes a little lower, I'll buy.
That's a nice number, 969.
I always do either 969 or 420s.
a man of culture, I see.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
5 day. Let's get something with data for stochastic. Come on. Not possible. This one should have. Come on. There we go. 2-day is still still positioned to the upside on momentum, and it's going to remain pointing up as long as you're closing over $133.70. So the move to 138 would still keep momentum to the upside. Daily is currently freshly flipped down, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $150.73. Let's zoom in on momentum. That is a lower high and a higher high. So we got bearish divergence on the daily, and this will be confirmed with any close below, what is this number here, $145.80, and that will give you an easy target of this 21 EMA right around 139 to 138. Come on. There's currently a silver cross to the upside on the 4-hour. So a 139, 138 retest would just be a retest of that silver cross. It would take some hopium though to make that the macro bottom to send it, or the swing low to send it up to the next high around 180s. But there is a possibility though. 4 hours approaching 0% volatility with that silver cross with momentum currently flipped to the downside. We are close to the pivot. It will flip up when we close over 150.80. 2 hours freshly flipped to the downside now, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and volatility is now starting to tick up from many periods of 0%, and we are going to be flipped down as long as we're closing below $149.70 or 69 cents. Come on.
Damn, what a pump. I
Bitcoin?
filled, and now I'm pumping.
Mazel tov.
Let's keep the pump going. Don't fucking turn it around. Huh?
I used to say mashallah and things like this, but then I realized it comes to money. You got to say mazel tov.
Of course, you got to speak the money's natural language, which is Jewish or Hebrew. I'm sorry.
Jewish is language.
And the harder you use the and the better the more money you'll make. By the way, this is scientific stuff. I'm not just making it up. Trust me, guys. I am a doctor.
I've already got the r's down after being a Mexican.
You just need the. There you
I
go.
got that part down after being Pakistani.
L'chaim.
L'chaim. Hourly is now getting volatility expansion with momentum freshly flipping to the downside, rejecting the bearish control zone, and we are going to remain flipped down as long as we're closing below 149.73. So it kind of does look like we're going to get that move down to 138 before we get that bounce to 155. Now let's go back up. So to start from the higher time frames, like monthly, it is looking like the monthly is close to putting in a local bottom, although we do have 21 days and 5 hours left to go. I would want to see a close over the previous month's wick high at around $147.70, and that would confirm this is a local bottom, and you would likely be coming back up to retest somewhere around this $180 breakdown zone. If you were to look on the medium-term time frames, the momentum, like with the daily, the momentum is starting to flip to the downside, putting in bearish divergence, and you are getting a breakdown with volatility support on the actual lower time frames, like the hourly. You are getting that volatility starting to tick up with momentum freshly flipped to the downside, telling me you are likely going to get that move down to around $138 or $137, which is our bearish divergence target on the RSI, before you get that move up to tap that 2-day 38.2%. And you'd likely will get a rejection from that 2-day 38.2% because you have a 61.8% chance of going to that bottom 38.2%. And the invalidation is very simple, simply closing over that 38.2% around $156. And then if that happens, likely you are going to go to somewhere around $180 from there. If you fail to close above $156, you're likely to go into that next bearish divergence target, which is around $115. And the invalidation for that level right now to the upside, or an invalidation getting the move to 138 first before 156 is going to be basically just getting a tick over this current open, which is around $151. You get that, then you're like, it's not really that much higher. A move $5 higher to tap $156 before getting that move to 138. But I do think sooner rather than later we are going to tap that 138 zone. But just simply based off of that, the 2-day getting below the 38.2%.
Nice. Thank you, senor. Much appreciated. Very easy because I can just copy you. So thank you. Gold would be next.
It's the
famous
gold, the one that proved me wrong. I thought we were going to top at 3,500 and
fucked us all, buddy. But you know what? My problem with saying that was the top on gold is the dollar has to like literally bottom. So until that happens, that can still go. And gold goes a little bit further because it doesn't sell out right away when everything turns around. So that was my bad too. Keep learning and polishing this bullshit. That's it.
silver has been going up like crazy also.
Say that again?
Silver is up like crazy also.
Yeah. Which it's end of cycle stuff, but everyone thinks it's just going to be continuation. So I guess we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
I'm getting ready to offload all my watches because I kind of think that about to take a shit.
Oh yeah, massive. I mean, look at cars, look at houses, look at everything. Everything's discounted like crazy. All right.
And then just buy them back in a year for
yeah,
nice 20% discount.
Exactly, or more. I've never seen the consumer get this fucked this fast. Never in my life. What we're seeing right now is something new. Like something brand new, dude. And unless something major happens, major, like they need to print like $5 to $10 trillion. This is going to continue. And this is going to take us to the worst economic time I've ever seen in my life. By next summer, if there's no intervention, we should be in the worst economic thing I've ever seen, period. Like that's simple.
And there's even more confluence if you were to add the trading mindset. People think the prices will keep going higher because of tariffs. 39% tariffs on Swiss products.
Yeah, no. There's but that was done on purpose, right? They got people to believe these dumb things. Again, when inflation was coming, they denied it for 2 years, even though it was coming. When a G-Wagon went from $180,000 to $400,000, they were like, nah, bro, don't worry about inflation. And they were like, okay. And then in 2025, finally, they talked about it in January. Hey, there's going to be more inflation because of tariffs. And now everyone is like, inflation scamming. Like, come on. It can't be this easy.
The government thinks we're a bunch of pendejos.
We are. By the way, I gotta give it to them. They're very smart. They're the smartest motherfuckers in the world. They're so good at this. Adore those motherfuckers. They're incredibly crafty. All right, I'll start with this. Thank you, senor. Much appreciated. Vale, me acaban de ver poner mis líneas pendejas en circle para poder empezar esto. Esta es una tabla que no tiene mucho tiempo de estar fuera. Estás viendo una tabla semanal y apenas ve cuántas velas hay. No es nada, por lo que poder analizarla con temporalidades más altas. Es más, la semanal a mí se me hace ridícula. Vamos a empezar con la diaria. No, vamos a empezar con la de 2 días. ¿Qué les parece? Y van a poder ver por qué tengo mis líneas así y lo bien que aparecen cuando tienes las cosas bien puestas. Un segundito. Ok, sí, perfecto. Vale. Esta es la de 2 días, ¿no? Estamos justamente, el promedio del 34 apenas está empezando a popular, que es la línea blanca que están viendo ahí. Tenemos nuestra promedio del 9 y el 21 justamente acá. Y estamos ahorita ante, recuerden, normalmente lo que queremos buscar como analistas, si lo quieres ver así, es fondo, ¿Dónde fue el mínimo? ¿Dónde está el alto? ¿Dónde está el mínimo? Después, ¿qué sigue? El alto. Y después de un alto, ¿qué sigue? Un bajo. Y siempre la pregunta cuando volteamos a ver estas velas es, el bajo está acá, pero siempre puedes ver que los bajos no son tan poco dramáticos. Hay veces que lo harán y hay veces que no, pero por ahora no son tan dramáticos que diga, no está siendo dramático. La pregunta es, ¿qué tan abajo podríamos ir antes de dar continuación? Y la respuesta está bastante sencilla. Más o menos por acá en los 135, 134. Les voy a pintar esto para que vean por qué. Pueden ver los puntos de contacto acá con rechazo, acá rechazo, pero abriste la siguiente por encima y eso te dio muchísima expansión. Caes, fuiste a mínimos, no mínimos históricos, pero a mínimos. Lo recuperas, haces un SFP. Lo recuperas, te está haciendo pensar que es un SFP. ¿Dónde está la oportunidad grande para agregar a tu posición larga? Sería acá. Ahora, ¿por qué decimos que eso es lo que debería ser? Porque si te fijas en la tendencia de esto, estás simplemente creando bajos más altos y altos más altos desde el 25 de septiembre. ¿Ok? Entonces estás en una tendencia local alcista dentro de una tendencia mayor bajista. Pero si estás viendo temporalidades cortas, es como está. Puedes ver que el 152 es un nivel crítico. Te gustaría ver cierres por encima del 152 después de 150, de básicamente 160, y eso te llevaría a 188. Ese sería el primer objetivo. Y vas a rechazar acá la primera vez fuerte, porque ya viniste acá, rechazaste la zona de breakdown con fuerza y ve hasta dónde te llevó, de los 188 a los 100. Y de ahí estás teniendo este rebote. Me gusta la consolidación que estamos viendo. Voy a poner el HPDR ahorita para poder hacer esto en putiza. Pueden ver cómo tenemos este rechazo. Tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 justamente en los 140 y entre la media y el promedio del 9 está la línea meme por acá. Los 127 es donde está la media. 127 podría ser el siguiente bajo, tranquilamente. ¿Por qué decimos esto? Porque esto sería un bajo más alto que este y continuaría la tendencia alcista. Abajo es 127 y llevándote los 123 para abajo, siguiente objetivo serían 113. Y aquí es donde esperarías que encuentres ese fondo para después continuar a la alza. Vamos a ver cómo se ve en la diaria. En la diaria, pues ahí vas, apenas donde está el promedio, cayendo en la parte de la zona azul, el promedio del 9 te está rechazando. En realidad te está rechazando la zona del 78.6%. Estás haciendo por ahora, vean, es la primera vez, ven esta línea naranja que viene por aquí abajo, es mi promedio del 55. Es la primera vez que lo cruces en la historia, yo sé, de la diaria. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que la primera no lo vas a pasar. Y eso puede ser que te esté dando una corrección hasta acá, a los 138, a los 134 o hasta por acá en los 124. De perder eso, estarías cayendo por ahí de los 116 a los 113 y esperarías a no llevarte este máximo. ¿Qué hacer ahorita? Hay un trade enfrente de nosotros, voy a ir a de 4 horas a ver si nos pinta algo más. Puedes ver justamente acá y está perdiendo ahora el promedio del 100, que es donde hizo el S&P, el promedio del 21, la parte baja de la zona azul en los 138, 137, pero abajo de eso hay aire. El 61.8% es lo único que me da confluencia en que puede frenar con esta línea meme en los 134. De no hacerlo, pues sí, continuarías a la baja. Le damos más preferencia a esto a que rebote, simplemente por cómo está. Déjenme ver rápido una cosa. Volatilidad está contrayendo en la de 4 horas ante este movimiento súper potente a la baja. Eso me indica corrección. 12 horas está también contrayendo, lo mismo. Diaria, lo mismo. Semanal está contrayendo. Ok, sí, eso da más una impresión de que estamos ante un, ¿cómo se llama? Un ajuste. Y este ajuste podría, y vamos a checar esto, es la forma más fácil de poder ver esto. Hasta ahí o hasta acá, hasta acá. Podríamos caer por acá a los 137 hasta los 134 y ahí esperarías tener el buen rebote para dar continuación a la alza. Si eres alcista, es lo que estás buscando y después quieres romper estos 159 para dar continuación a la alza e ir a buscar los 188. Cierres por encima de 160 es lo que estarías buscando. Por ahora, zonas para agregar, tal cual donde está los 140 planos o los 134. Abajo de eso se empieza a poner ya peligrosa la cosa, porque si pierdes los 127, vas a ir a buscar los 123 y de acuerdo a todo el soporte de promedios y lo que estamos viendo en el HPDR, esto no te detendría. Entonces, para mí, yo estaría cortando si llegamos a llevarnos los 127. Y pueden ver que la invalidación es bastante grande en este rango, simplemente por los pocos datos que hay y porque es lo único que estamos viendo. Así que vamos a ver la monedita de favorita de todos. Let's go see gold, señor.
All right. Shiny rock time.
Shiny motherfucker. Peter Schiff time.
Peter Schiff pulling a Louis C.K. moment time. Whenever the second gold touches $5,000, we're seeing Peter Schiff strong on Twitter.
Absolutely.
I guarantee it.
I'm amazed that it hasn't happened yet.
I'm amazed he hasn't started tagging all the Bitcoin people. Yeah, let's see how much data we got. So the quarterly right now has momentum very sharply pointed to the upside. We're sitting at 93%. On volatility is at 93%. The jewels got a God mode background, but still we're on the buy cycle. We have not even switched into a neutral. Let's switch on to the 6 months. 6 months also at very extreme, sitting at 93.9% on volatility and momentum. And we've also got the God mode signal on the 6 month. However, we have the bullish jewel cross with the pink above the yellow. It is happening in the bullish control zone, but this is going to be a powerful cross considering this is a 6 month chart. Let's draw the vertical line right here and see how much we've gone up. But before that, let's see what we did on the previous setups when we had this pink above the yellow. Let's draw that one right there. And that's the only one we have comparable in history. Let's see how much of a move we got. This was in 79. That was massive. About 281% to the upside. In how many candles? In 2 candles. In 1 year, we went 281% to the upside after that setup. And currently, we are up about 121%. Let's just do a tranquilo 200%. Brings us right to that 95% at about $5,600.
I'm sorry, 1 second.
I'm not sure if it's getting that bad.
I just noticed the percentage that you're showing. That is from 2022. It's only done 120%.
Yeah, I'm just doing that one for funsies.
Tesla did that in 6 months.
I don't think it's going that high at all. I'd be surprised to see it go to 4,000. I mean 5,000, but also I didn't think it was going to get to 4,000. So don't take that with a grain of salt. Monthly is now getting over that 88.3%. However, momentum is pretty close to flipping to the downside. It is still over that moving average though, so it is still technically pointed up with volatility still above that moving average also. And we want if you're bullish for continuation, you'd want to see a close over this 88.3%, and then you want to see a spring off this 88.3% whenever you retest it on this next open. Right now, that is at about that $3,900 level, and as long as you hold $3,900, you should see an expansion from there into 4270. 2-week also getting over that 88.3%, but the momentum pointing to the upside, getting a little high, but not quite topped out on both momentum and volatility, and the jewels giving you a fresh buy signal. Kind of leading a little, or kind of leaning towards continuation at this moment, as long as you're holding over $3,900. Weekly is also pointing to the upside on momentum and volatility, getting a little high. It's funny how the weekly jewel is just always giving you a God mode buy signal on gold. Always been giving you that God mode signal. Wow. When has it always done that from the entire history? Has it ever lost the God mode signal? Oh, it's had a God mode signal since 98, April of 98. Wow. That's a 27-year God mode signal on fuel. Gold is never a sell, according to this. That's a little funny. I'm guessing that's a bug. 5 days, same exact look as the weekly. A little more bullish on the jewel on the 5-day though, because you are getting fresh bullish cross, the pink above the yellow. It's happening in pretty high in the bullish control zone though. Let's see if we have a comparable cross this high up. We have one right there. This is a little bit lower, then we'll just mark it off. Somewhere around, no, right there. Same exact zone actually. That should be enough. We'll just take one more. There we go. 2020, interesting. Some massive busting action. That was 21%. And this is a multi-trillion-dollar asset, so 21% is a lot. This downside of 1.6, and then 11%, and then 17.5%. Very close to 21%. This one, 8%, and then 20%. Wow. And this one, we are currently up 8%. So that first move somewhere around 8 to 10% is very close. And then we were to take it 20%, brings us to roughly $4,500. Interesting number. Let's see if that comes up again. Two-day is now starting to freshly flip to the downside of momentum, getting right below that moving average. Interesting how the 2-day candle closes in 3 days and 6 hours. That hasn't confirmed momentum to the downside just yet. That will confirm on this close in about 3 days and 6 hours. And volatility is about to go into a contraction phase. That would tell you that as long as you're trading below 4,059, likely you're going to get a little bit of a pullback first, and that pullback would take you like probably to somewhere around your 5 EMA. I wouldn't really be looking for lower than your 5 EMA because this entire run the 5 has been holding, and basically the 5 has been a perfect buy zone. It's been bouncing off of that 5 to new all-time highs. And that 5 puts you at right around $3,945. And if you remember, that $3,900 area was the area that we do have to hold if you want to see expansion to new highs from here. Daily is now very close to flipping back up on momentum, getting right to that moving average with the daily volatility also very close to going into an expansion phase. We are getting a nice bounce right off that 9 EMA, and we're back over the 5. And the daily is kind of looking more towards the expansion posturing, where if we continue to see a close over that 5 and preferably over the 78.6% as well, around $4,000, should see some a retest of at least of our current all-time highs. But at that point, I think we'll see some busting action and liquidate some more shorts and run it to like 41 to 4,200. Four hours now flipping back up on momentum, getting out of the bearish control zone, getting right to that reset zone. Volatility is now approaching 0%. 4 hour has taken out these previous lows while price is putting in a higher low, giving you a possible hidden bullish divergence that will confirm with any close over 4,000. And that'll give you a nice target of your current all-time highs. 4 hours now also losing the sell signal on the jewel, and the jewel is putting in hidden bullish divergence, taking out all of these previous lows. Let's go into the RSI. That's quite a godly 6-month chart.
Unreal.
6 month is forming some bearish divergence, however. There's some bearish hopium there. We got a high right here, we got a lower high, and we got a lower high from this high. So we got 3 drives of bearish divergence possible here. And this will confirm, it's going to be a little difficult to confirm this. With a close below $1,810.
Fuck.
And that'll give you a target of the neutral zone, which is currently at 1,282. I don't think this is going to confirm for a good amount of time. quarterly still has active hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 2,956. And that'll be, right now you are within the critical zone, so can't really give you any targets. Let me see if I can zoom in on this. What are we at right now? We are at about 89. Let's take this to 92 and see what number that gives us. About 4,700. Let's check it to 90. Just one little tick above where we are right now. We're at 89.9. 4,023. Not really any lining up with any of the HPDR numbers at 45. Oh well, this time we couldn't change the numbers to fit our bias. Come on. Monthly, nope, no bearish divergence, just making higher highs. Nothing there. Oh, there's some bearish divergence here. We are making a lower higher momentum. However, you will have to close below $3,311 to confirm that. And that will give you a nice target of this 55 EMA at about 2,850. See if it lines up with any of our RSI levels. Not really. The bearish control zone is like 2,600, so about $200 off. Come on. Weekly still got hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 33.11, already in the critical zone though. Five days topped out in volatility. Come on. Although this can stay there for many periods, as you can see here. Come on, where's the RSI? Just feeling a little shy today. All of these time periods are in the critical zone. So in the critical zone, multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence, although this will invalidate with any close below 39.44. Daily is now invalidated the hidden bullish divergence by putting in a local top, although this will you will put in a local bottom with a close below about close above 4,058. That'll send you towards, let's see where we are right now. We're at about 78, so critical zone 4,061. Not really much higher. Nice Dumpsky, 118.7. Wow. And we're getting a perfect rejection off of my meme line at 122. Now let's hope this 118 area holds. Or we're looking at 113 next.
Yep, this is the line in the sand.
Come on.
But I gotta say, it's dumping on what people seem to be taking as bad news, which is probably
the
a
China
shakeout.
stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's retarded.
Like
I said, it's dumping, and they're justifying it with bad news. So it should, like, two negatives turn into a positive.
It kind of seems like it's gonna send it from 118s to 124, and then we get the real dump.
That's what I'm hoping for.
This is just the test dump.
The testy.
On the 2-hour, we're now forming a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence on gold. This will confirm with any close over 39.98, and that'll give you an easy target of hitting the neutral zone, which right now sits at 4,044, and the bullish control zone sits at around 41.33. 41.33 lines very close with that 95% of the HPDR, 41.24. Now let's go to momentum. Let's make that disappear. 6 month is still pointing up with volatility expanding, getting a little high, but not quite topped out, and is going to be pointing up as long as you're closing over $3,530. Quarterly is also pointing up with volatility expanding, getting kind of high, getting around 91%, and you are going to be pointing up as long as you're closing over 3,865 or 61. Monthly is also freshly pointing up, and it is going to remain up with volatility at extreme levels, and it's as long as you're closing over 3,814. 2 week is also freshly pointing up. Volatility is expanding, getting a little high, although not quite topped out yet, and it is going to be pointing up as long as you're closing over 3,890. Weekly is now at 100% volatility, with momentum pointing up, although it's close to flipping down in about 5.5 hours. It will flip down if you close below 4,029. Slightly below that number. 5 days also flipping, currently pointing up with volatility at extremes, and it will flip down if you close below 4,000, a little above that number. I do think if the 5 day weekly flips down, the 5 day will flip down too. Come on. Here we go. 2 days now, starting, we're getting back into a volatility, expansion phase on volatility, about to fire off that double extreme, and momentum is currently flipped down, but it will flip up in 3 days and 6 hours if you close above 4,044. We are slightly below that number. Come on. Daily is currently flipped down with volatility in double extreme posturing, and it will flip up if you can close in 5.5 hours over 4,032, about $13 below that number. Four hours now putting in a nice bullish engulfing dildo. Let's wait for, there we go, 4 hours now getting volatility contraction. Likely we'll start expansion phase, however, if you do confirm that bullish engulfing. Come on. 4-hour momentum is currently freshly pointing up with the derp of life and hidden bullish divergence, and we will be pointing up as long as you close over 3,968. And you will confirm that hidden bullish divergence confirmed on this previous close with momentum pointing back up. And we took out this low and we took out this low. That gives you 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence on this current on this previous close. And 2-hour on the RSI is about to confirm bullish divergence or hidden bullish divergence. Let's see if we have it on the stochastic as well. Come on. Sometime today. Come on, cold. And 2 hours freshly flipped up. We're going to remain pointing up as long as you're closing over 3,965. Is there any divergence? 2 hours also putting in hidden bullish divergence in the stochastic, just like the RSI, taking out all of these previous lows, while price is putting in a higher low from this low here. Volatility is, however, contracting, although if you do put in that hidden bullish divergence, I do think you will start to go into an expansion phase again, which will confirm with any close over 3,998. On the RSI. On the stochastic, it simply confirmed by flipping back up. Right. All of the high time frames are extremely bullish on gold, although they've kind of always been bullish. And yeah, you're getting a volatility expansion on your monthly, your quarterly, and your 6 month with momentum all pointing to the upside. You've got hidden bullish divergences basically across the board. You're about to confirm hidden bullish divergence even on your low time frames, like the 2 hours, 4 hours already confirmed it on the stochastic, confirmed it on the 2 hour. The RSI is about to confirm it on the 2 hour. And as long as we are holding over about $4,000 on a closing basis, I do think we are going to get a move into the next 90 to 95% of the HPDR levels, which is sitting somewhere around 4,124 to 4,250, assuming that those bullish divergences are confirmed on this next close in about like two-ish hours. Let me confirm. No, actually, it's in about 20 minutes. We will confirm those bullish divergences, and that should send us to somewhere around 4,120 to 4,250. And the invalidation will be if you either getting a tick below around 3,120 or a weekly close below 3,329. And either one of those two things happen, then you're likely going to eventually come back down to this 2,800-ish level. Although I don't think that's going to happen as of this moment. I do think that we're going to continue up. Maybe if we get a little bit of a pullback on the low time frames, a test of 3,950 to 3,900. But I do think we are going to eventually tap that $41 to $4,200 area. And depending on the reaction around that zone, maybe we can get continuation higher. The next level would be on for the bullish divergence and for the Joule setup somewhere around 4,500 if we were to do that same 20% move up. Although that would require the HPDR levels to step up, and that will take a good amount of time because there are very high time frames. This is a very slow moving asset, and if we do hit that $4,500 area, probably it's not going to be for maybe like a year, maybe a year and a half. Although I didn't think we would hit 4,000 this soon, so maybe we hit it by within the next couple of weeks. Maybe we hit it in 3 months, although it's a little bit unlikely. What's more likely is that we're going to grind out a higher low after hitting somewhere around 41 to 4,200. The HPDR ranges will step up, and then we can continue to 4,500.
Perfecto. Thank you so much, senor. Amazon and Celsius is next, so you guys pick.
Alrighty.
Can be Bezos. Foreign love Celsius. That makes sense.
Oh yeah.
Buenas noches, Senor Shiva.
Yo.
Yeah.
In China now.
How's Japan? Very Japanese.
Oh yeah, I heard a dongle bell when I landed here. I don't even think that's what
Oh, welcome to our shitty sushi.
you know what I'm saying.
My favorite thing about Japan was I stayed in a hotel that I don't know if all the elevators do this. I can't remember, but the one in the hotel would go. Sorry, it wouldn't go like that. I promise you. The door, every single time he'd open or close, he was, "Do it open, do it close." And all of us retards that were together would just go everywhere and just open a door and go like, "Do it open."
Great. I'll have to remember that. I don't remember. I haven't been in an elevator here, but I pray it's like that because that'll be so funny.
Please let me know if they do.
A lot of times it's like they got the most racist person ever to make that voiceover.
I mean, it sounds like very stereotypical, but that's what they do. That's what they do. It's not our fault.
Yeah.
That's just how they express themselves. The Japanese. Look at these.
You know, it's actually like 100% serious. If a Japanese person can't tell what you're saying, you just got to put on the racist voice, and they'll be able to understand you perfectly.
Well, yeah, and I'll say it's the same thing with. I learned that in the U.S. when I moved to New York. I would think people would go like, "What's your name?" And I would say Alejandro, and they would look at me like, "What the fuck did this guy just said?" So I learned that you have to talk to the gringos like they say tortillas. So I was like, "My name is Alejandro," and then they get it.
Like, oh, yeah.
So it's true. I think we all do the same in all of our languages, as racist as it sounds, but it's true.
Yeah.
All righty, my boys, let me do this gold thing right now. Ok, vamos a empezar con el oro, damas y caballeros. El oro, oro, oro. Impresionante subida, tremendo gráfico, pero tal cual, justamente como le estaba diciendo con Bitcoin, donde nos han más o menos engañado que los retornos de Bitcoin son los más explosivos. Cuando puedes notar que los porcentajes ganados por los Magnificent Seven están muy cerca o arriba de lo que generó Bitcoin desde los aranceles hasta ahora. Vamos a hacer lo mismo con el oro. ¿Qué les parece? Desde el 2022, justamente, el bajón de octubre del 2022, a donde estamos ahorita, en el oro ha subido de aquí al tope de precio 152%. Del 2022, octubre del 2022, acuérdense, 152%, porque la gente no deja de hablar del oro, cómo tienes que tener oro y cómo tienes que tener Bitcoin, ¿ok? Rápidamente, voy a llevarlos una vez más a las magníficas, a las 7 magníficas. Voy a empezar por Meta. En el 2022, quiero que se preparen. 2022, octubre, 809%. Simplemente 8 veces más. O bueno, 6 veces más. Nvidia, desde el 2022, que fue acá, al tope, 1775%. Apple, para que no crean que estoy escogiendo una y no otra. 2023, básicamente el fondo de Apple fue el 2023 en enero. 107%. Apple se ha quedado más corta que el oro. Amazon. Amazon nos dio desde octubre del 2022 al máximo histórico 195%. Microsoft. Octubre. 159% encima del retorno del oro. Google. 207%.
And by
Pueden
the
ver
way,
cómo.
today
Yeah.
our Amazon short was filled.
Nice.
220 to 230.
Very nice. We're there. Yes. I was showing people how, because they're telling us that Bitcoin is so volatile and whatnot, where the seven magnificent, the seven magnificent seven, the Mag 7 basically, have basically performed identical or higher, or given you higher returns than Bitcoin.
And it's been a lot easier, actually. The
Say that
price
again?
action. Like, it's been easier to trade those too over Bitcoin.
Yeah. And the same thing with gold. As much as the graph in gold looks great, dude, Meta did an 800%. Nvidia did a 1700%. The only one that did not beat gold was Apple, and by nothing. Everything else in the Mag 7 destroyed gold and destroyed Bitcoin in those times. So I think it's just important for people to know, because this is going to be one of those trends that people catch on later. And that means volatility is becoming lesser in Bitcoin, and in these other assets, it's increasing. While the narrative will continue to say that Bitcoin is where you want to be with your money. If Bitcoin doesn't go below $40,000, it's kind of cooked as far as that goes, those opportunities go. Just in my view.
It's a good point, honestly, because everyone thinks of Bitcoin as like the most volatile. I even have said it, but when you put it in that perspective, it's like, yeah, kind of, it's kind of the harder trade, and it performed, but it didn't perform as much as, let's say, like Meta.
So let's go exactly. Bitcoin from 2020, like the bear market, to now, it didn't do what Meta did, and it did less than half of what Nvidia did.
That's crazy.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's crazy.
But everyone keeps talking, oh, Bitcoin, you got to own Bitcoin and all this bullshit. I'm just saying there's other opportunities out there for people to understand this, and that this could start to begin to get stagnant while everything else continues to go up. Not everything else, but the AI plays and all that shit. I'm just pointing that out. So anyways, thank you, and we'll get to you in a second. I'll be quick with this one. Pues ya lo vieron. Literalmente los retornos, por ejemplo, en Bitcoin, hasta del 2022, del fondo del 2023, hasta el tope, son la mitad de los que te ha dado Nvidia, más pequeños que los que te ha dado Meta, etcétera. Y ahí es donde empiezas a ver, y les digo esto no por nada, pero para que no caigan en la narrativa de que la cosa más volátil del planeta es Bitcoin y es lo que lleva para adelante el mercado. No es cierto. Ya hay otras cosas que son mucho más potentes en volatilidad que Bitcoin y vas a quedarte atorado en Bitcoin si sigues ahí nada más, sin voltear a ver a los otros lados. Y es lo único que quiero que hagas, que te abras esas posibilidades si es que te gustan las ganancias duras, ¿no? Si no, pues, güey, tal cual y estás contento, nadie te está diciendo que está mal, ni tampoco que va a colapsar ni nada de eso. Uf, uf, uf. Perdón, estoy viendo otras cosas. Bueno, vamos a empezar con oro. Trimestral, tuvimos obviamente este setup de volatilidad que nos ha llevado de el punto más bajo en la tabla en toda la historia. Pueden, para que lo vean, en Bitcoin tenemos uno de los movimientos de volatilidad más bajos de toda la historia. Esto es lo que pasa. Aquí es donde tienes ya por fin literalmente la expansión y vean, para arriba, un movimiento de 120%, nada mal. Ahora, algo que quiero que veamos es esto. De este fondo a este tope, que es más o menos lo mismo, fueron 640%. Y de aquí abajo al de acá, fueron 2.300%. Este movimiento, por más grande que se vea, no ha sido tan grande, ¿no? Pero te ha dado este tipo de velazos con este tipo de comportamiento en volatilidad y pues continúas a la alza. No tienes que entender mucho, es una tendencia claramente alcista. Lo que a mí no me gusta del oro, y es a donde va esto, porque esto que vieron acá, la razón por la que la gente vendió su oro en el 2011, y pueden ver que toda la crisis financiera había subido, cayó y después continuó subiendo. Y después fue cuando se vendió el oro. Entonces no es como un indicador inmediato de cuando caiga el dólar o todas estas cosas, no es un indicador inmediato, que ha sido mi error ponerlo con todo lo demás, no lo es. El oro es el último en voltearse para abajo y es cuando agresivo QE empieza, ¿ok? ¿Y por qué es importante saber esto? Porque esto de aquí hasta acá tomó 12 años. Y esto de aquí, 80 hasta acá, tomó 30 años, cabrón. 30 años. Entonces, aquí podrías darte una vuelta por acá. Es por eso que no soy tan fan del oro y con retornos tan pequeños, no tengo mis moneditas pendejas, pero pues, son más como coleccionables que nada. Pero pues bueno, solamente por eso. Pero definitivamente está en una tendencia súper alcista, sobre todo cuando lo volteamos a ver con el HPDR, nos podemos dar cuenta de literalmente hasta dónde ha llegado, casi el 95%. Lo habíamos visto alguna vez, sí, lo vimos en 1980 llegar al 100%. Desde entonces, lo más alto que había hecho fue acá, en la zona del 88.3% en el 2011. Y ahora estamos en la zona del 95%, entre el 88 y el 95%. De poder aguantar por encima en 2 meses y 22 días, vas a tener más probabilidades de ir a buscar esos $5,000 en los 95%, pero el hecho de que esto ya se esté agotando es algo preocupante. No preocupante, es simplemente algo que te dice que tal vez ya los retornos no vayan a ser tan jugosos. Y hasta lo mismo pasa en la de 6 meses. Pero en la de 6 meses tienes expansión de volatilidad. Denme un segundo para que les enseñe. Me gustan estas tablas grandes en cosas que se mueven lentos como las monedas, Forex y Bitcoin. Tienes expansión de volatilidad acá y vas a buscar este 92%, estás en 88, un 4% más te daría ese movimiento. Y esto te llevaría a $5,600. Acá la única vez que hemos llegado a este nivel es en el 2011, en el 1980. O sea, simplemente hace 46 años que no llegamos a estos niveles. A ver la de un año, solamente para entretenerme. Lo mismo, 1980, un año. Acá, ¿cuál es este? Ajá, tal cual donde estamos. El 88.3% en los 4,172, que es nuestro siguiente objetivo en realidad. Y también tienes expansión de volatilidad en la tabla anual en el oro, para que lo sepas. Y parece que los 4,200 van a ser, y 420, ¿no? Por supuesto, tendría que ser una buena resistencia para antes poder continuar con fuerza. Vamos a la mensual. La mensual tienes volatilidad en extremos, ya lleva un rato acá y continúa apuntando para arriba, aunque no ha hecho ni siquiera un 100%, el 95% se encuentra ¿dónde? En el 4,270. Ese va a ser nuestro siguiente objetivo en el oro. Para arriba, 4,235 en la de 2 semanas también. Estamos con un setup de volatilidad después de hacer este súper marcado setup de volatilidad extremo. Parece que vamos a ir a otro, o eso mínimo es lo que espera la gente que es muy alcista en el oro. 97% se encuentra en los 4,294 en la tabla semanal. Pueden ver que es que esto son niveles que nunca toca el oro. Acá, y estamos ya marcando nuestro primer extremo con esta volatilidad, lo pueden ver justamente acá. Y esto nos lleva a entre 4,200 y 4,300 es lo que suena. Diaria, estamos parados ¿dónde? Tenemos volatilidad llegando a extremos, pero continúa su punta hacia arriba, aunque se está yendo un poco al lado, y ahora va para arriba y va para abajo. ¿Vieron eso? Ok. Con eso dicho, nos rechazó el 95% acá. Ese 95% ya lo ha hecho antes hasta arriba en el 97% acá en el 2025 y eso nos pondría en 4,225. Ok, o sea, no hay tanto pedo que tirarle aquí al oro. Definitivamente está en una tendencia alcista potente. Podrías ver una corrección sencilla hasta el nivel de los 3,900, encontrar alto, bajo, para ir a 4,200, bajo, 4,300. Y una de estas dos es lo que huele a la zona donde va a tener que quedarse un rato si es que va a continuar subiendo, y si no para bajar. Y esto todo estaríamos mal y la manera de invalidarlo está cabrona, porque estás hablando de llegar hasta aquí, en los 3,400. 3,400 en cierre semanal va para abajo. 3,100, 190 en cualquier tocada diaria vas para abajo. Pueden ver lo difícil que va a estar eso. No hemos estado en esta zona desde agosto, no habíamos llegado acá y lo pueden ver si pongo una línea meme en putiza. Ahí pueden ver el porqué. Así que el oro continúa en esa gran, potente tendencia alcista. Vámonos con la que sigue, que es Amazon. Let's see Lex Luthor, what he's bringing to the table, Mr. Alex.
No, it's really nice that Amazon filled the short because I was just looking. Amazing, basically an amazing trade overall. Specifically, we'll go back to the monthly. We'll talk about exactly where we're at because we've said when you get to near an all-time high, this is where it becomes very tricky. Two things will either happen: breakout all-time high, or a rollover, and potentially start brewing a macro lower high. Now, for us, we've rejected the zone. We were talking about the price divergence in this region. Very logical to look at that, specifically when you have very low volatility on the monthly. And so now really in 21 days, bears are just looking for a breakaway out of this range. Essentially, $214.81 is the extremity low that's shown here just simply off that monthly 9. And we know very simply a monthly 9 can just simply hold when you're going up only. So really in this idea into October, you've already come down and bounced off the monthly 9. Had a pretty impressive bounce so far. It's about a 5.8%. Now selling off, and this is really where we segue to the lower time frames. That 214 region is going to be very crucial to hold. You see here that $214 region on the weeklies, pretty matched up with the weekly EMA 34. How I view things, often the extremity of the range. This is a range we're in on Amazon. No breakouts as long as you're under that $229.34. No breakdowns as long as you're under that $214.81. What you notice with the monthly and now the weekly, you have 2 sessions of 0% volatility. It seems like markets across the board are really geared up for a macro move. We're seeing this on things like Bitcoin, Tesla, Rivian, Amazon, where when you just start looking at higher time frame volatility, it's actually quite primed. Now, for me, this is a concerning view. you potentially have a lower high in the making, all while the weekly is brewing a breakdown, in my opinion. Now let's see what the HPDR says. And not good, right? HPDR is actually showing us we're in a breakdown. As long as you're under that weekly 9, next target to 34, we've already hit that. That can just give you confluence of the idea that, yeah, if you end up coming back down, specifically taking out this week's low, which is now 4 hours, so into next week, if you take out this week's low, to me, that'll be a really big signal that, yeah, this is breaking down. Logically, next target would be all the way into this region, closer to $200. My psychological number. Will I be convinced Amazon will stop there? Unfortunately, no. I'm not going to be convinced it'll stop in that $200 region. And again, that's just based on weekly volatility. If we go to weekly volatility and we look at the last, let's see the last setup we had. Well, I remember this one. This was a pretty nice one because we were able to catch the short. This was an insane dump. I had a TP 1, 2, 3. Was not expecting that to get hit pretty quickly. Now, going back to my example, right? You're at the 34, very similar perspective like where you're at now, holding the 34, but just brewing a volatility setup, all while HPDR is in a breakdown. Again, very similar to where we're at now. Upon expansion, you then got, let's check that out. We'll do it from that EMA 34 rejection. Give bears, now bulls the benefit of the doubt. Leading to a 21% move. That was insane. I remember this. This was in 2 weeks. Pretty insane. And right, what would the target be? Well, under the 34, you're going to go to the 100. Yeah, you lost the 100 here. A lot of chop. But understanding that was the next target, using the meme line and just paying attention carefully, I mean, really did open up a pretty easy trade. Got back above the 100, used it as support, reclaimed the 9. Once you got back above the weekly 9, this was just a party for bulls. So why that's very important now is because, well, you're brewing a major breakdown potentially. My next target's actually closer to the EMA 100 on the weekly. It's at $194, which tells me that you easily can break away from 200. Maybe wick a little lower. Let's go there. Let's go exactly to 200. It's bothering me. It's like a 3% move, little over 3% move from 200. So if you're long on Amazon, you're bullish, you're trying to get a breakout here. Well, it's invalidating very quickly. You as a bull need to very swiftly see $229 get reclaimed. Will be very crucial. For me, this is actually a perfect time to open a short on Tesla. You can't Amazon, not Tesla. Amazon. You came in, you really almost just solidified the bearish retest. That $229 region's a big spot. Now today, this is a massive rejection. Now, obviously, if you're not positioned where the Academy shorted, again, beautiful entry, you probably shouldn't be positioning here FOMO shorting. I mean, you can just see you're at support. You're going to get a little bit of opium for bulls here. They're going to try to get a bounce, not taking out the previous low on October 6th. That bounce does not mean we're just going to V-reverse out and be bullish. Very probably not. You had a massive deviation here. This is why I like using moving averages. We need to watch this median into tomorrow, or it's Friday, so Monday, right? And see where this median shifts to on Monday. Very easily can move up closer to 224. Wouldn't we want to see this daily 34 get tested, flipped into resistance before actually making a move down? To me, that would make a lot of sense. And that would just be the start of some bearish structure on the daily. Because the daily, granted, wasn't an uptrend up until this point. Bulls just simply needed to take out this high. You've done so. So then that's the argument on why we could bounce, potentially just giving them that price divergence. But that doesn't mean you're just going to be reverse out. Watch the reaction at 224, maybe 225. You can round up. Because what have we seen before on Amazon on the daily? Well, you often do retest the moving averages after you lose them. It can take time. It can either mean you're going to move down, chop, cause them to move down, giving you more of an easy objective to test them before breaking down. This is why it's just going to be important to actually break away, test, and reject. Because yes, you can lose it on a candle closure, but that's why it's 2 to 3 confirmation and then follow through. Right? You lost it, reclaimed it, lost it. You stayed under it for 1, 2, 3, broke away, rejected the 9. It can just be that simple. So on this example here, perspective, probably not a good time to short here, in my opinion. Really not a good time to short if you're not already positioned. You're brewing a 3% daily red day. Insane. And so if you're just itching to short, just play the SMA 200 loss. That'll open up an easy short, always does on Amazon. I'll throw the rainbow chart off. We can visually see, follow the white line. Getting back above is bullish. Losing it and staying under it is bearish. So it can just be that simple. If you're not positioned and you're itching to short Amazon, okay, we'll just take the daily SMA 200 trade. Luckily for us, it's lined up really nicely with that 215 area. Lose that zone. Yeah, you'll get confluence of that big move down to 200. Not convinced that'll hold. Rather, I actually want to see that move down to the low 190s. Now, something to note on daily volatility is, as you also have a setup. So you have a setup on the weekly, monthly, daily. Let's see if you're in a silver cross. Could help us here. Fresh silver cross, great. So that's confluence there. Yeah, you could easily afford a bounce, easily retest that 21, the 9, or even the 34. The fact that they're all clustered here just makes it very easy for us to understand. You hold the 100, get back above the 34. What are we going to say? Probably a move up to 229. At that point, then you have to just wonder, is bullish trend just forming on the daily, or specifically holding? That's what's important, holding. But until that happens, watch this region, watch the daily silver cross retest. That gives you confluence. If you are aggressively shorting at 220, probably take a cold shower, wait, and just wait for next week. The 5-day as well is a nice perspective here. Very bearish, actually. And you can even see the 5 days brewing a move down to that EMA 34. But again, not really convinced this will hold once you really start taking out this low formed on September 30th. You've already tapped the 34. It's just going to really start solidifying this being a breakdown into a downtrend. Why would I be talking about a downtrend? Go here. You can see higher low, higher high, higher low, lower high, higher low. Good. Higher high break. Cool. Taking out that higher low we talked about, this is now questionably in a downtrend. People will hear that and say, it's not in a strong downtrend. No, it's forming into a downtrend. This is what's very important to be watching. You have that daily potentially bleeding into that weekly, which really was the bias on the short, was the price divergence on the more higher time frame, like the weekly and monthly. On Bitcoin, this is exactly what I wanted, just so everyone's aware of. When you get very close to an all-time high, it can be that simple. Short as close to this all-time high as you possibly can. Bet on the price divergence, play the mean lines, and target just either a monthly 9. Let's see, from that setup when we were talking about it here, right, you had about a 1.5% risk, or like a free trade, if you're using like a 5x, to then print a 9.6% move. So, it's great risk to reward whenever you get very close to that all-time high. That's why I'll always talk about that. But we're still in a range. We don't want to get blindsided. You're still holding potentially the daily EMA 100. And so we all know we don't really short into a daily EMA 100. Let's just simply wait for the loss. Watch the SMA 200. If you're already short with the Academy, it's awesome. Great job. Let's just simply wait for the SMA 200 to get lost. We can add to our shorts, target right around that 200 to 191. Now, what will start confirming like a bear market for Amazon? I have no idea why I keep calling this Tesla. It's not Tesla, it's Amazon.
Not all stocks are just Tesla, dude.
Yeah, literally. Honestly. Well, really, it's very simple for me. Once you form that April low, this was a massive event. And you also did hold the monthly higher low. And did you not? You did. You held the monthly higher low. It's more evident on the bi-monthly. Right? Just a simple monthly uptrend. So it's a little tricky here. Because if bears are really trying to confirm that bear market, the B word, right? You just simply need to take out April low. Where is that? Yeah, April low, March, April. Yeah, right here. Do it on the monthly again. So you can just see it easier. You just need to simply take out that April low. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you need to wait, watch, have this short play out all the way down, then start shorting. That doesn't make sense. And that's why for me on this month, if you start losing that 214 on a monthly closure, it's going to be a really major sign for me that you potentially are about to go down hard. It's been a major sign last time when you lost the monthly 9. This was why we shorted pretty easily into April. It's very simple. Get a massive deviation here. Took the short. I can't remember if we shorted here or here, but regardless, both setups would have paid. So we can use that same exact logic, same reasoning, and even have more confluence because of where volatility is, right? If we go back here, look at April's volatility on that major move down, it actually just, you kept contracting. So even what you saw in April, or let's say in September, volatility has not fired off yet. Now let's check the monthly HPDR. Last I checked, it was in a breakdown. Let's see if it's updated. Let me double check that breakdown claim here. Maybe that was Google. No, look at that. See, my memory actually works. It's great. So you were at a monthly breakdown. This is like also what was like, could be a little concerning here. Interesting. You went right up that 38.2%. That's 238. We'll go back to current price action. Okay, went right up that 238. Interesting. But look at this perspective. So yeah, you avoided the monthly breakdown, but you're just simply right under that monthly median, which you've been under all year. Or yeah, you lost it in February, so give bulls the benefit of the doubt. They were above it in January. This isn't a good sign. What was the last occurrence where you've actually hit that monthly median? What was here? That led to a 4% move. Pretty big though for a stock like Amazon. Let's just simply see if you lose that 38.2%. Luckily for us, not 38.2%. If you lose the median, luckily for us, it's right around the monthly 9 and also the meme line. Yeah, great confluence of what I've been saying. Probably is not going to hold 200 and most likely goes to that 190 move. Would make a lot of sense to me going there. But still, we won't disregard what we know. Lose the 9, you'll have an easy move to the 21. Conservatively, that's still a 7.8% move. Point I'm trying to bring home is really if you do start losing that 215 that gets lost on a monthly, GG bulls, that's your confirmation that you're probably going to start going down hard.
By
That's
the way,
at least what it was.
You would also be confirming that topping candle, the red one, if you just close at 215 below 216, really.
Yeah, no, great point. Yeah, you had a massive topping candle here. I didn't even see that. Massive evening star here. Generally with evening stars, right, you then want to see follow through. So that's why bears then are going to try to flip this monthly red. Just very simply. Yeah, same here too. Pretty nasty quarterly. And even look at this. Quarterly's in a breakdown, and you even got a bearish retest of the quarterly. Why is it a bearish retest? Because you've lost the 38.2%. Any retest of here is bearish. So bearish retest. Unless you get back above 230, cool. Then you really can do some busting action moves. But this is why it's like when you get to an all-time high and you get up to these regions, you were in a monthly breakdown last month. It makes a lot of sense why we were looking for an Amazon short. The more I look at this chart, this doesn't really give me much confidence, right? Potentially just a massive hanging man on the 6 month. Often those will form at the end of an uptrend. And even more so, if you got that 180 move to 190, very well could just test the 6 month 9. I will mention this entire bull market, you've been testing the 6 month 9. Tested it here. Oh gosh, tested it here, there. We've just been testing it. Where is that now? At 177.36. 57. 177.57. So it's like, really, if you're like trying to be a perma bull here, there's a lot of things telling you that, well, I'd probably chill out, take a cold shower, wait for 230 to at least get reclaimed on like a bi-weekly. Then we can really start taking it higher to a new high, maybe all the way up to 260s. But until then, this is just not the place to short, or definitely not the place to long. This is the place to short. If you're not short already on a 3% red candle, okay, probably not smart to do that. We have a daily fresh silver cross that at least can always tell me, yeah, probably can test the 9 at minimum into next week, which current market price action, this is like a 1% move. So, take that however you want. But I just don't like shorting in the major red candles. If you're trying to aggressively short, play the silver cross or wait for the SMA 200. What you could have here is just a range. Don't get blindsided on that. Range up to the SMA 200, move up to the EMA 100 until one of those breaks. You'll get an EMA 100 reclaim to a busting action, move up to the 34, reclaim the 34. You're in a buy trigger. Or if you just start rejecting, losing the SMA 200, yeah, great confluence that this is an ad zone for the academy. This could be a whole other short idea, and we'll simply target these two zones, 200, like 201, to all the way down to 190s. Really, I mean, again, if I was about to say the T word, if Amazon loses the April low, then yeah, this is going to be really bad for Amazon. You're just going to be breaking down fully, and you'll have to only then target all the way down to here at 144 to 147. That's pretty detrimental if you just measure it from here. You're talking about a potential 37% move. Now, is it the most crazy when you're on a monthly volatility setup? Well, let's see. This was a pretty insane setup. I think we measured that actually. We already measured this one from there, giving bulls the benefit of the doubt, but that was 39%. I'm not even measuring it from the beginning here. We could be cheeky with it and just do it like, oh gosh, it's always hard to do it on a monthly. 1 second. Do it here. It's a 42% move. What about to the upside? Come on. Let's see here. Now I'll do it from here. It's a 57% move. So, I mean, you definitely can move down like over 30% on Amazon. All right.
You see the VIX?
Let's check that real fast.
Okay.
I feel like someone changed all of my trading.
There it is.
There it is. Finally. Yeah, I mean, VIX, you're in that spot too. It's like whenever the VIX likes to go right into that, was it 13? It generally gets a nice bounce. We'll go here on the quarterly and just check that. It's similar like when you get up to the, what number is it? 60s, generally a bottom on markets. For me, actually, it was like 12. Whenever you get to 12, you do see a big move up. I mean, we can just look at that here. 12, real fast. Why not? 12. And then one more. One more. Why not? This is under 12. I want 12. Okay. So it's like July, you have January, October. We'll just take it from July, blah, blah, blah. Let's do that. Back to Amazon. So yeah, that was actually your dump in April. July, April, yeah. Okay. One more. Just give me one more. Come on. January 2020. That's an easy one. Right there. Was that 2020? Did I get that messed up? Yeah, it was. So what am I trying to show here? Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah. So January 2020, you were at $12 on VIX. Interesting to see Amazon didn't dump then. Why I like the VIX though, perspective on VIX mainly is when it gets to 60. Generally, when it gets to 60, you can do it on your own time. And you can just put that there. I remember this one because, well, Alejandro was trading this one, I believe. Was it this one or maybe it was in July?
No, it was July
it
1.
was in July, yeah. I remember that because you had some like options or something on VIX. Absolutely freaking insane.
It was the Japan reverse carry trade deal, which again, we're there again, touching like all that stuff. And again, it's not the reverse carry trade deal. I don't know what's going on, but the dollar seems to be going in the direction that I'm looking at.
Oh,
you see, the DXY has the most insane inverse head and shoulders on the yearly chart.
interesting.
Fucking bananas. And and guess what the target is?
What is it? I can't
the top at the one top at 160.
You know, and it would make sense to test this zone eventually, one day. I mean,
imagine.
because like when you look at it on a, let's say 6 month, right? It's like it would.
I'm gonna just say, if dollars ever go in there, Pakistan is fucked.
Oh yeah.
The entire world is.
Yeah,
Pakistan specifically. The rupee is gonna be going for 7,000 per dollar.
You're gonna have to buy a truck full of rupees just to be able to buy a Coke.
What a
rupees
life.
are already basically wallpaper, anyways.
Yeah,
imagine them.
Nuts.
Well, yeah, no, it's good you bring this up though, because I mean the dollar is looking not bad. We'll get confirmation of this in 2 months once you get back above that EMA 100, in my opinion. Real fast. So, I mean, yeah, monthly is easy here. You get back above the EMA 100. That's like your first sign of what potentially could be coming. Now, going back real fast to Amazon, though, it is very important to just watch the zone wherever my chart is. There it is. This isn't going to happen if you don't take April's low out. So just understand that. Don't look at this and be like, oh, we're calling for this. No. This is like max bearish scenario. Bounce off the 34, lower high off the EMA 21, capitulate, take the low out. Then you go in for the macro lower high after everyone apes shorts into here. Generally always happens. Bounce off the 100, you make all that move up to the 34 again. That's why moving averages are very nice. For me, though, I'm not looking for this at all. Even if the Academy is short, absolutely see the reason why. And it really is great that we are short. GG farm on that one. For me, you're just now watching the daily. You need the daily SMA 200 to get lost. That's your confirmation of the big move down. Really simply. Until then, you're in a daily silver cross. So if you do get a bounce in the next week, I would not be surprised. That either can come in the form of here, lower low, lower high, rollover, bearish retest, dump. Perfectly fine. There's your downtrend. Or you just simply start bouncing today. You don't lose the 100. If you don't lose the 100, perfectly okay. That's the first sign for bulls, right? Because in any of my charts, you need to lose the 100 to be really bearish. And if you don't lose the 100, then we're just looking for the silver cross retest. Ideally, that'll be a big smackdown. You don't really want it to be like, okay, we hold the 100. We're doing this for a few days. We go up to the 9. You reject. You then don't take out the last low. You move up. You reclaim the 34. Yeah, that's when we probably should be nervous holding shorts because it's probably going to pop up to that 229. We front ran it. Shorts front running that. I'm just going to get taken out. Unsure where our stop is on the Academy, but I'm sure it's somewhere around here. Would make a lot of sense. So for me, we're just simply waiting now. You're short, you're hard, and you're waiting. This is great confirmation and follow through. Let's see if you lose the 100. If you do, watch for that move to the SMA 200. I would never short into an SMA 200 though. Last time you lost it, you had chop. Be aware of that. But generally, looking at the zones, the silver cross, watching the SMA 200 becoming lost could have helped you at least, avoid some chop here. But if you couldn't avoid it, perfectly okay, because yeah, you were still on a daily silver cross. You simply rejected the 21. Once you deviated the SMA 200, that was your go-to to short. Boom, 18% move. Really not bad. So, I mean, that's still what's brewing here. I really do believe you easily can get a 6% move. And for me, it's just going to be TP1, TP2. You lose 190 specifically on like a monthly. And yeah, you're just brewing a capitulation scenario here on Amazon where, well, the EMA 100 will be my next target. And honestly, that would make sense. Like, you haven't really...
So I just checked. The stop loss is at 240.
Oh, even beautiful. That's even better. 240 stop loss. Say, you're just betting on that literal price divergence there to hold. Smart. It's a great short, honestly, bro. But just be aware of the range. So we need this 9 to get taken out. 214 is the spot. Easily can play within the range. Perfectly okay. But as it stands now with volatility, the weekly brewing a breakdown, yeah, this is just looking like it's really priming for a move down. Specifically where Bitcoin's at as well, markets are really at that spot. Now, we've been saying that for a while, but with volatility that's contracted, they are at the spot. It's not worth having a major bias. Front running things, play what you know. The spark of this major move down was off the back of the bi-weekly, losing the 9 and deviating 214. You've lost the 9. So now you just need to lose 214. And then we got a market here. So, that's kind of what we're waiting on. Again, that'll just be great confirmation with the SMA 200. Please never short into that. Watch for reaction, lower high, silver cross retest, and then maybe we'll get the breakdown. Be too easy, right? It'd be way too easy to just do this. Like, come on. I'm bearish, but it would be too easy. We know how these markets go, and they often work like this, and then this, and then that, and then this, and then that, and then that. So it's just how it's been all year. I mean, even on these moves, you went up, you went down, you went up, you went down, you went up, you went down. So you're never just going to go straight down, ever. Unfortunately, I wish so.
That'd be great, though.
That'd be nice.
That'd be fantastic. Nvidia is next for you, sir.
Oh, nice. Nice little fun one there.
Thank you. Thank you. Amazon, rápidamente en la trimestral. Pueden ver que está en una tendencia brutalmente alcista. Lo que estamos viviendo en este momento es después de esta explosión a la alza. Pueden ver que ahora en esta vela probablemente estamos teniendo ¿qué? Contracción de volatilidad. Vean, aquí abajo. Una vez más, no acá, acá. ¿Y esto qué nos quiere decir? Que si esto llega a cerrar tal cual en 20 días, 10 horas o las horas que sean, 20 días y 2 meses y 22 días, perdón. Es un gráfico trimestral. Podríamos ver que el precio fuera a corregir probablemente, si es que eso es lo que es. Por ahora, estamos por encima en la trimestral de todos nuestros promedios, por encima del promedio del 5 que se encuentra en los 2.18 y en los 197 nuestro promedio del 9. Bien, tendencia alcista, todo bien, volatilidad con posibilidad de contraer, lo que nos diría que podría haber una corrección, pero todavía no podemos confirmarla, faltan 2 meses y 20 días. Por ahora, lo que sí podemos ver acá es, estábamos por encima de la media, abrimos por abajo de la media, nunca tocamos encima de, lo puedes ver perfectamente acá, con esta vela toperona que está por acá, y de ahí nos fuimos de lado y perdimos la parte de la zona azul, hicimos un front run a la zona azul para abajo. Esto nos pone en vista para abajo, empezar a buscar a ver objetivos para abajo. El 50% en el 207 sería el primer objetivo, el promedio del 9 sería el segundo. Mensual se pone interesante. Amazon está pintando una de las señales más potentes de todo, bueno, no más potentes de toda la historia, estas fueron las más potentes de toda la historia, pero está preparando ya un setup de volatilidad para todos ustedes, bola de incrédulos. No, güey, tranquilo. No sabemos si va a disparar a la alza o a la baja, pero vamos a mantener el ojo bien pelado para ustedes. Por ahora, lo que estamos viendo, y la academia está en corto, Farhan había mandado este corto, y por ahora muy bien. Estamos viendo el rechazo, el promedio del 5 en la mensual. Estamos en la media, está justamente en 2.1671. ¿Por qué es importante eso? Porque si cerramos por debajo de esta media mensual, esta vela topera sería que esta, la roja, estaríamos cerrando por debajo de ello y normalmente una vela topera con confirmación te llevaría mínimo a esta zona de los 198 hasta los 189, que es donde está la siguiente línea meme, que es la zona del breakout, ¿no? Acá una vez más, pum, pum, y la zona del fake out para a la baja. Así que esta va a ser una zona muy importante para aguantar. Si podemos romper los 224 a la alza y cerrar por encima de 250 y un máximo histórico, sería lo que sigue. Pero por ahora, volatilidad contrayendo, empezamos a ver para abajo y vale la pena mencionar esto. Altos más bajos. Altos más bajos en Amazon. Lo pueden ver acá, acá. ¿Y eso qué nos dice? Estás en una tendencia bajista local por ahora. Hasta el fondo, ¿qué hace? Alto, bajo. Alto, ¿qué sigue? Bajo. ¿Dónde lo va a hacer? Una vez más, tal cual aquí. No, probablemente el chop te lleve a los 213, 198 o hasta los 190 para poder dar continuación. Rompes esa zona y vas mucho más para abajo. 2 semanas tenemos que vela de indecisión, una vela topera. La vela de indecisión cerró abajo de la vela topera y nadie me había dicho eso. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Que deberíamos de ver continuación. Estamos en la parte aparte, nos rechazó la media, el 5 y el 9 y cerramos por debajo del 9. La última vez que cerramos en 2 semanas, una por debajo del 9, vimos la caída de los aranceles. Y antes de eso, no, pero después sí. Interesante. Estamos muy cerca de la parte baja de la zona azul que está en los 2.18. De perder los 2.18, nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser los 2.13. Ya saben que si estamos en 2.13, vamos mucho más para abajo, mínimo al 61.8% en los 200. Y si no aguantan los 200, una vez más, 190 es lo que seguiría, hasta 170, que es el promedio del 100, que no lo tocamos la vez pasada. Semanal ya tiene periodos de nula volatilidad, con volatilidad expandiendo en este momento ante este bajón. Todavía no expande por encima del 15%, por lo que no cuenta, pero ya está apuntando para arriba y encima del promedio. En este momento que estamos viendo esto, podemos ver, caímos del promedio del 9 semanal, por acá, llevamos 1, 2, y este sería el tercer cierre en 3 horas y 20 minutos. Si cerramos por debajo del promedio del 9, que está aquí arriba en los 2.26 semanal, probablemente te vayas a llevar estos mínimos a cierto punto en los 2.15. Si hoy cierras por debajo de 2.16, olvídate de todo y vas para abajo. Y puedes ver, siguiente objetivo debería ser los 2.10. De no aguantar, 194. Y ahí ya pueden empezar a imaginarse otras cosas. Diaria, también tienes volatilidad nula. Bien, preparando un movimiento fuerte. Estamos donde, perdiendo la media, habíamos cerrado, nos rechazó la parte alta de la zona azul, habíamos tenido un cruce plateado que lo hicimos y lo deshicimos rápido, vamos para abajo, la media está en los 2.22 y de no poder aguantar por encima de la media o el promedio del 100, que estamos por debajo de, sería este nuestro primer cierre, 1, 2, lo tuviste acá y nos llevó para abajo. No, pero recuerden, mientras más tocas una puerta, más rápido se abre. La vez pasada que habíamos caído del promedio del 100 agresivamente fue lo de los aranceles. Esta vez en agosto solamente lo retocamos una vez y ahora llevas un cierre, 2, 3, 4, 5 y este sería el sexto por debajo del promedio del 100. Si no rebota aquí tal cual donde estás en la diaria, yo estaría simplemente viendo eso para hacérselas tranquila. Como les digo, Amazon y sobre todo en la diaria, estás viendo alto, bajo, alto más bajo, bajo más bajo, alto más bajo, bajo más bajo, alto más alto que este, pero no que este, y lo que seguiría sería un bajo más bajo. Si no puedes cerrar por encima de los 220, tu promedio del 100 acá, que es la línea roja, y luego pierdes los 216, vas para abajo, cabrón. Siguiente objetivo, 214, y de ahí, pues, 200 hasta los 190. Y todo esto estaríamos equivocados si puedes romper la zona de los 228 para arriba, porque esto empezaría a ponerte a buscar un nuevo máximo y mínimo llevaría a casi a los 235 y allá te ponen postura de alto histórico. Somos más bajistas que alcistas en Amazon, damas y caballeros. Ahí lo tienen. Vamos a ver la bebida favorita de Farhan, Celsius.
Celsius, my favorite.
That's right. I saw like an influencer post, CHL. I can't remember what was the context under which I was seeing it because they sent it to me. And the dude was, because he's his cheat meal or whatever. And he was eating like a pizza in a jacuzzi and burgers and a Celsius. I was like, oh, Farhan would love this.
The cheat meal is the Celsius. Might as well have 2 cigarettes in each hand and snort a line of crack.
Why not?
Have that as your cheat meal too.
Why not? Just fucking get a nice...
The Hunter Biden method.
Don't tempt me with good time.
I'm sure meth use after was he meth or crack? What does he do?
Crack.
Oh,
you know, I'm sure he'd be fun as hell to hang out with, though. I'm sure he's a good time.
He's a good time. He looks like he knows how to party.
So
Honestly.
there you go. You see what I'm saying? We're all saying the same thing. I'm telling you, crack use has had to have gone up like crazy because we're all like, dude, he seems like a pretty good time, like a fun dude.
Hey, but he's rich as fuck. He can buy whatever he wants, and he chooses crack.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like not caviar or anything like that. Crack. So I'm just saying.
So give me that crack.
Give me that.
Nah, this blunt ain't doing it for me. Pass me the crack. So in the quarterly, Celsius is now freshly flipping back down on momentum, getting back into the bearish control zone with volatility now going into an expansion phase. But it kind of does look like this will invalidate, and the confirmation will be any close over about $63.50. And if that happens, you're likely going to get a move at a minimum towards this bottom 38.2%, which currently is at around $75. And the number that you need to close over is this 38.2% to confirm this reversal to new all-time highs. Closing over this 38.2% will give you probabilities of 61.8% to go to the top 38.2%, wherever it is, whenever you get there. And likely this level will move, but right now it's sitting at around $198. So don't take this as, oh, you only need to close over $75 and you'll get like a 100% move plus some to $200. No, this is likely going to move significantly, and wherever it is at that time is going to be your target. Still going to be a very decent sized move. Still likely going to be more than 30 to 40%, but likely not going to be that 100% move. Monthly is now starting to flip. I'm sorry to be the breaker of bad news. The monthly is now starting to flip down freshly with volatility going into a contraction phase, and the jewel is now still in the buy signal entering into the bullish control zone. However, is it? No, it's not quite making higher highs yet, so there's no bearish divergence on the jewel. But there is some hidden bearish divergence present here on the HPDR momentum because we are making higher highs on momentum than these 2 points here, whereas price is still making a lower high. And this will need a close below $50.80 to confirm. And if that does confirm, that'll give you an easy target of this 100 EMA and bottom 38.2%, which right now is at about $29 even. And closing below this 38 wick low, which will confirm your hidden bearish divergence, will also lose this 38.2%, which then by the HPDR rules gives you that same target at this bottom 38.2%. Let's go to the 2 week. 2 week is now starting, it's still flipped to the downside, but very close to flipping back up, with volatility also close to going back into an expansion phase. And the jewel is still on a neutral signal, has never flipped to, hasn't flipped to a sell signal yet. Right now, and we're holding this top 38.2% with a nice retest of this silver cross. This is the first test that we're getting off of this 9 EMA, and we're getting some nice, a nice reaction off of this nice 9 EMA. A bounce so far of 25%. Good lord, it doesn't look like that much on the chart. What we want to see is a close over this 50%, which I very likely will flip this momentum back to the upside. Let's zoom in a little. did not quite make a lower low, so there's no hidden bullish divergence. You don't really need it with that silver cross holding, closing or holding over the 38.2%, and then if you get a close over the 50%, which lines up with this previous candle close, likely takes you up to somewhere around this breakdown zone at the 78.6%, around like $84, to possibly a move to $100. Although if I was long, I'd start to TP around that $80 zone, and I wouldn't be waiting for the 100. Also, its probabilities are against you at that point too, because you have 21.4% chance of continuation. I had to do the quick subtraction in my head. Weekly is still also flipped to the downside. Volatility now sitting at extreme lows, approaching 0%, and you're getting a God mode sell signal on the jewel. But it kind of does look like this will invalidate just simply looking at the HPDR that you're over the median right now. You're about to you've already confirmed a local bottom on this previous close. After closing over the wick high, you reclaimed the 5 EMA. Ideally, you want to continue to see a close over $60.76, and that'll take you towards this top 38.2%, which is right now about $70. What did we go to last time when we closed over the 30 of the median? We went towards the 61.8%, which right now is at that $80 target that we just previously looked at. 5 days, same exact look as the weekly, getting over the median. Momentum is pointing to the downside. It is now putting in possible hidden bullish divergence after taking out this previous low. Let me zoom in, see if we took out this one. Not quite taken out this one yet, but it's close. And if it does take out that one, that'll be 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. Two days currently positioned to the upside with volatility expanding, and you're getting a buy signal on the jewel, and jewel's giving you hidden bullish divergence, taking out this previous low. And also the HPDR momentum is giving you hidden bullish divergence, taking out these previous lows. And that did confirm on this candle here after you closed up with this wick high. You've already hit the easy target from that though, which would have been that 78.6% in a retest of these highs. Although I don't think it's going to stop there. I think it's going to go into the $70 area, as long as you're holding over $58.50 on a closing basis. Daily is positioned down. Is there any bearish divergence? There is some bearish divergence on the daily, which will confirm with the close below 63.25. That'll likely bring you down towards a little bit lower, towards around like $60, which is your easy target for the 9 EMA. Next target below there is going to be at your 21. That is around $58. But if you do hit this $58 target, you would want to see a strong bounce and a close up of this 38.2%, or you're likely going to go lower towards somewhere around like $54 minimum. 4 hours also now freshly flipping down. See if there's any divergences here. There is some bearish divergence on the 4 hour that will confirm with any close below 63.45 and giving you a target of somewhere around 50, like $59 to $58. And the jewel's now losing the buy signal. Let's go into RSI. Come on. 6 month is now about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over $47.24, and that'll give you an easy target of the critical zone, which right now sits at $104. Nice $100 figure, with volatility now at the lowest level ever with that hidden bullish divergence appearing. And a nice bounce off of that 21 EMA. This is very, very close to confirming a local bottom. We are currently 204% off of that 21 EMA. Not bad. Quarterly is already confirmed the hidden bullish divergence, 3 drives, with volatility at, I believe, the lowest point ever, very close to the lowest point ever. And this will be active as long as you're closing over $41.31. And you will have a target of the simple moving average, which right now is at $87. Oh, nice to see that in the $80 zone. Monthly, nothing. 2 week, nothing. Weekly, nothing. 5 day currently has hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $56.20. And your next target is the simple moving average at around $70. I like to see that. And above there is the critical zone at around $94.50, $94.60. Also like to see that around the $100 figure. 3-day currently has active multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence with the jewel losing the sell signal, and this will be active as long as you're closing over $50.80. And your next target is that simple moving average, which is right now at $69.61. Very nice number. And the critical zone is at 103. 2-day also has hidden bullish divergence, many drives. This will be active as long as you're closing over 58.53. Next target is the bullish control zone. That level sits at $69. Nice number. Let's see, the neutral zone is, it is indeed. And it's just, I believe it's, did it go to 15%? It went just below that 15%, and now it's expanding above there, giving us a volatility setup over that 15% and multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. Likely, if you get a move into somewhere around $59 to $58, that would be an opportunity.
Yeah.
Daily, nothing. 4 hour, nothing. Edge of the bullish control zone also lines up with that $59 zone for support. Nothing there. Let's look at momentum. Six-month is positioned to the downside with volatility contracting, and it's going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below $92.58. But you are forming that hidden bullish divergence, and on this next open, you're going to be at the edge of the bullish control zone. At that point, with that hidden bullish divergence, very, very likely this pivot will go down. Quarterly is also positioned to the downside, although it's very close to flipping back up with volatility now at the approaching the lowest point ever. And it's going to flip up as long as you close over $45.65. And you're taking out this previous low, putting in a massive drive of hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. With momentum about to flip back up and volatility at very, very low levels. Monthly is currently already flipped up with volatility expansion, fresh volatility expansion, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over about $30. Last time we had volatility expansion, we had a massive dumpsty. Volatility expansion to the upside, we went to new cycle highs. Volatility expansion to the upside right here with momentum flipped up, we had some nice busting action. Kind of looks like we're primed for some busting action right here. 2-week is about to freshly flip back up as well, with volatility very close to going into an expansion phase, and it will flip up as long as we close over $60.51. Weekly is currently about to flip up also in about 3 hours, and it will flip up as long as you close over 61.67, ever so slightly over that number. 5-day also about to flip up in about 3 days, as long as we close over $60.50, and that will put in multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. 2-day already flipped up with volatility expansion, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 53.83. Daily is currently flipped down, very close to flipping up, and it will flip up as long as you close over 62.76, like 70 cents below that number. 4 hours currently freshly flipped down, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $64.59. So you go to the higher time frames, it is looking like this is putting in a macro bottom right at the 6-month 21 EMA. It has hidden bullish divergence. You're already getting a very strong bounce off of that 21 EMA. You will confirm that 6-month hidden bullish divergence with any close over about $47.24. On the quarterly, you are also getting momentum flipping back up, putting in hidden bullish divergence. This will flip back up and confirm the hidden bullish divergence with any close over $45.65. You go down, monthly is now getting volatility expansion with momentum to the upside. You're getting 2-week about to flip back up freshly, also about to put in hidden bullish divergence, also about to get volatility expansion. Basically, all of the time frames so far are medium to high time frames are lined up to the upside with volatility setups about to confirm. The lower time frames are now starting to flip down with the 4 hour. Thus, some of you are going to get a little bit of a move down, or if you do get a little bit of a move down to somewhere around $50, $58, $59, it does seem more likely with that 4 hour flipping down. But if you do get that, that would be an opportunity zone, and likely you will get a bounce from somewhere around $58, $59 into somewhere around $70 for the next bullish divergence target on the RSI. And then above there is around $80 to $84, and then the next the critical zone target on the hidden bullish divergence would be somewhere around $103 to $104. And the invalidation will be right now getting either a tick below around $46 or a weekly close below $54 weekly close below $50. Either one of those two things, you're likely going to get a retest of this 200 SMA around like $24, $25. And then at that point, bulls better clench their cheeks and hope this holds, or you have nothing but air until somewhere around this zone here at around first this consolidation zone around like $6-7, and then you have like $3. I don't think that's gonna happen. However, I do think this, unfortunately, sad to say, that it's gonna hold and continue to bust.
Nice. XRP would be next for you, señor. Thank you.
Alrighty.
Thank you. Okay. Celsius, damas y caballeros. Estamos viendo, les tengo el gráfico diario porque habíamos puesto esto la última vez, ¿no? Donde identificamos que hay una tendencia alcista por acá, conectando el mínimo de mayo, que pude haber conectado también el mínimo del 6 de mayo con el del 29 de mayo, con el del 6 de agosto, y continúa la alza. Y de acá habíamos puesto esta línea porque habíamos llegado hasta acá. No habíamos visto esto. ¿Qué quiere decir entonces lo que estamos viendo? Tienes un breakout oficialmente de esto, haces un nuevo alto más alto y ahora vienes para abajo. Siempre les he dicho, ¿dónde queremos apostar? La zona de breakout. ¿Cuál es la zona de breakout? Esta. Tienes el promedio del 9, tienes la diagonal, la línea meme en diagonal y tienes esta línea meme acá. Esta es tu zona de breakout. En los 60 hasta los 60, con el escenario más loco de todos o más extremo de todos, siendo lo siguiente. Un segundo. Siendo lo siguiente. Que esto pueda bajar al promedio del 21, que es la línea amarilla que viene por acá, y ahí tendría que rebotar con mucha fuerza. Yo pondría, el promedio del 21 es perdido, ¿no? A la baja, y vas a venir a esta zona. Llegas a esta zona y pierdes los 50 y te llevas este mínimo acá. Justamente en los 50, siguiente objetivo debería ser 25. Así que por ahora es más alcista que bajista. Voy a llevarlos a la trimestral rápido en Celsius para que lo vean. Tenemos también volatilidad llegando al punto más bajo en la tabla de toda la historia. Está a nada, lo pueden ver ahí. Y eso nos dice que va a haber un movimiento bastante potente y extremo. En la trimestral cerramos la vela pasada por encima del promedio del 9 y ahora estamos por encima del promedio del 9. Después de estos máximos históricos creamos un bajo más alto y deberíamos de continuar todavía más a la alza, es lo que parece. Sobre todo cerrando por encima del 61.85 en la trimestral. El único cierre que hemos tenido nos llevó a máximos históricos. Así que esta es una zona muy, muy importante a tener en mente, la 61.85. Mensual, volatilidad expandiendo, pero está más o menos yéndose como de lado. 1, 2, 3 empezó a expandir en esta sesión. ¿Y qué es lo que hemos visto desde entonces? Básicamente un velazo verde y un poco de lado con el precio porque estamos viendo eso, ya veo. Y por ahora, estando acá, cerramos una vela por encima de los 61, ¿qué es esto? 60, 87. Esta sería nuestra segunda. Faltan 21 días y 4 horas todavía. Pero tienes el promedio del 9 que va subiendo con fuerza y está a punto de treparse por encima del 21 y eso nos daría la idea de que esto tiene más fuerza de lo que estamos viendo. 2 semanas, te cuento un poco de la misma historia. Estás superando el promedio del 5, no lo perdiste en el cierre por nada y ahora lo estás recobrando y eso es lo que te está llevando a este nuevo máximo. La zona a vencer en esta tabla van a ser los 67.31. Una vez que lo hagas vas a venir a los 88.33. Con volatilidad está intentando expandir una vez más, pero pues hasta que no pase el promedio no lo podemos contar. Es la de 2 semanas. Semanal. Semanal, pues justamente venimos a rebotar en el promedio del 9 semanal después de haberlo cerrado justo donde estaba, un cierre por debajo y ya. O sea, puedes acreditar 1 o 2 tal vez, pero cerraste 1 y ahora va a ser el segundo. Faltan 3 horas y 7 minutos para cerrar esta vela. Y de poder cerrar tal cual donde estás, esto te da más probabilidades de continuación a esta zona de los $83. Y la volatilidad está contrayendo. En la diaria tenías volatilidad expandiendo, pum, 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 ante este movimiento para arriba y ahora está medio apuntando para abajo y vamos a ver cómo cierra con el promedio. Pero lo importante, como les había dicho, en la diaria es sencillo. Normalmente tienes tu breakout, deberías de venir acá para retestear cualquier toque de 60 a 58, debería ser visto como oportunidad para continuar. Llévate los 56.12 para abajo y ahí empezarías a voltear a ver estos 50. Y si te llevas los 50 para abajo, 25. Y te llevas los 25, solamente hay aire para abajo. Así que por ahora, con que te aguanten los 58 a 60 y vayas para arriba, todo debe continuar tal cual como va en Celsius, con un siguiente objetivo de 82, 83 dólares. ¿Dónde está? Vamos a ver. Aquí está en los 83.29 y de ahí máximos históricos. Así que Celsius se ve potentemente fuerte. Vamos a ver Nvidia, a ver cómo va el firma chichis de Jensen Huang.
Max bullish, Max bullish.
Max bullish every time he signs a pair of titties.
Literally.
I hope he's doing it right now.
So let me see here on Nvidia. What an interesting chart. So, well, we hit the 200. I think we were talking about that. Or no, okay, hold on. I'll eat my words there. We almost hit the 200. We went to 196. Pretty sure 200 was our target going into this month, this week, even specifically. Let's see why. Interesting. Yeah, so we're really looking at that top side, 38.2%. It's the same exact idea. You're holding above $183. That is bullish. You're going to get expansion. Now, it's going to be actually pretty crucial here to just, again, keep the daily uptrend. We've noticed the daily uptrend's been pretty easy for Nvidia. It generally is pretty easy to gauge, and it's no different now. Higher low, right off that 183 throwback, holding the daily 9. Led to the nice expansion, giving you that higher high break. All eyes on the daily EMA 9 again. It's been forming the higher lows. Ideally, this will just keep holding. Now, understand you did make a new macro high this week. You got a new high. At this point, we can't afford to move to that weekly 9. Now, when we were going into the few weeks here looking at Nvidia, 183 consolidation would be actually bullish to me, causing the median to go down and even moving this weekly EMA 9 up. So that's why it's going to be really crucial today to see where this closes. Do we close above the median? Do we not? Where does it open on Monday? And most importantly, are we holding above 183? So far, we are holding above the weekly median. I'm not really worried about this wick high rejection as long as you're above that weekly median, because that's telling me that this is a major shift. This is very bullish. It's actually the most bullish it's been in 4 or 5. Now we're on the 6th week, just simply because you've been under that median. You can simply see getting above it will give you that target up to that 204. Still the area I want to see hit. I want to see 200 to 205 hit. When we go along the other time frames, you know, the $200 region just keeps coming up. Not specifically on the monthly, but even here, 78.6% would be the next target once you break the 61.8% at 210. So, I mean, I still think upside continuation is more likely on Nvidia. And really, the quarterlies have just been closing quite bullish. Look at the reaction when we closed above the quarterly wick highs. That's a continuation rule for me. You got that. And so now you even got back above 183, holding it. So if you can even just consolidate a little bit around here, not really looked at as bearish. You're only allowed to be bearish on this chart. Bearish even meaning just like a local top, if that. Really, once you start losing $174. To me, once you lose $174, that's going to be you're going to firstly be back within this range. There's not a lot of data in this range, considering you're just at a new high on Nvidia, but it's still a range nevertheless where 148 support shown here, expansion up right to the top side of that 174, or just the top side of the range. You'll also notice you'll have lost that weekly 9. That's has been holding for about 6 weeks now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks. Should have counted that before I said that. And then the weekly 9, you do see there's a minor gap here. So if you ended up coming down, rejecting the median, losing 183 on a daily, it's just going to give you confluence to actually possibly test closer to that weekly EMA 9. But for me now, still bullish, and this wick could actually be looked at as like a trap scenario for bulls trying to front run maybe a top candle that's not even not even a possibility as long as you're above that 174. So you again start losing 174, you're in a weekly breakdown, you have volatility reset. Yeah, you could bounce off the 21, but really once you start to lose the weekly 9 in confluence with the 38.2%, you just started to move down aggressively. So we'll use that same reasoning. Worked out pretty nicely here, reclaimed the weekly 9, broke out of the 38.2%, started to move up. So big spot, not really allowed to be bearish under 174. And once you lose 174, even on a daily, that's when I'm going to start looking a deeper move, possibly that 166. Lose the EMA 100. Yeah, there's no coincidence. There's a major drop to the SMA 200. This is what happens when you have super bullish charts that just go up. You can have pretty major gaps, moves down, inefficiencies that just are very volatile. 156. 2-day will be easier for me. Honestly, the 2-day often is easier than the daily. You visually see the uptrend on 2-day, higher high, EMA 34 is the extremity. You're trailing the 2-day 9. Where is that sitting now? 184. So ideally, right, you're not taking out October 3rd's low. This was the higher high. You could just form another shallow, ever so slightly higher low. Keep bullish structure. That's why I think it's wise using the 184. 184. No, it was 183 region. It's kind of your line in the sand. You break back under there, even on a daily 2-day. You're back within this range where then 174 is your extremity low. If you don't hold 174, you're gonna see a major drop on Nvidia. Major, all the way down like 150 in my opinion. I should have just been on the 2-day because the 2-day is a lot more cleaner than the daily. You just visually have identified the uptrend, the last higher low. You have the mean line, you have the range, and you even have the basically extremity lows of that range right where the EMA 34 is. Now let's check volatility because it is firing off, which is a very important sign when you're producing a red dildo. Now that doesn't mean that you're just firing off. This is about to just roll over. You're about to nuke all the way to 150 from here. No, this will be very important to see bulls take control. We've seen this before where it looks almost like we're about to break down, and then bulls quickly take control and move up. I'm trying to quickly see here. Nope, that didn't reset. That didn't reset. It's hard to find a scenario like that because you don't really break down a lot. Nope, that did break down. Mainly on Bitcoin. It does like to do that. Here's one. Yeah, this is one, right? You started to really break down right here. Volatility started to expand. And then bulls took control and you started to move up. So it can happen. I mean, I know it took a little bit for me to look for, but it can happen. It's definitely a scenario that bulls are watching for using October 3rd's low. So really, don't lose October 3rd's low. Watch the 2-day 9. 183 is the support. You're just trying to SR flip the all-time highs into support. You've already done so. This is proven as support. So, right, support should just be what support does. Hold to support. 183 gets lost. You're back within the range. You're then watching that EMA 21 and 34. Lose the EMA 34 in the 2-day. That'll be my first major sign of a breakdown, or just simply have 174 as your line in the sand. 174, losing that, you've lost the weekly 9. You've lost the 2-day EMA 34. And you'll just start really brewing potentially a deeper pullback. Nothing of concern, even if you went to 150, to possibly that bi-monthly 9. All we really can do is look at an EMA 9 on Nvidia and look at the macro and just kind of play that. It's been working out pretty nicely so far. I mean, I remember back last year, when every mofo was trying to short Nvidia, you just go to the monthly and you're like, why? Did you lose the 21? No, you only hit that one time, giving you a major bottom. Okay, and did you ever lose the 9 before that? No. Even here, when shorts thought they caught something, it just simply retested the monthly 9. You can go down 21% and finally, test around it, which is an important, an important thought here. Whenever you get very far from a monthly 9, you will eventually reconnect with it. Always, you will eventually. It's just more a matter of time. So watch that 183. You ideally hold above that. You will simply go up to 200 to 205. And if you can't hold 183, if this candle flips red, you fall back under 183, even losing 174. Yes, potentially brewing a top and or local top, giving you confluence of that move to 160 to possibly that 150. I mean, really, bulls just simply kind of want to hold here. No. Oh, yeah, that's obviously 2 months. I like the 2 week, right? 2 weeks nice. Says, yeah, you easily can get a pullback. Is the pullback just going to be a breakout retest? Is this not breaking out? Let's check the HPDR even. Nope, it's not breaking out on the HPDR. Fine. But you are above the median. That is at 177. That should maybe shift up into next week. Next candle open, because this is closing in 2 hours. But this is breaking out for me. I mean, you're above all previous wick highs. You just need to hold 183 into next week. Could look something like this. Maybe a swipe down, but still not really bearish. And that's why this chart, I keep mentioning it's not very bearish. It's actually, you don't really have a bear idea until you have 174 loss. So if you're trying to catch something, be a contrarian trader, try to be a hero, you're better off waiting for this 2 week to close, play the range breakout, see if you SR flip and use that, 174 as your extremity low. Ideally into October, you'll still get 200 to 205. I'll be surprised if you don't hit 200 at least, honestly. We do have to look at this sell-off occurring today as almost like a trap. I'm sure bears are horny and happy and even shorted this. Nice, good job. But has even daily downtrend broke? No, and you even had a gap here. So it's filled and you've hit the daily 9, all while the 2 week is still closing above all previous weekly highs. So just perspective's key here. Hold 183, you'll get a move up to 200. Not really looking at this sell-off in quotation marks as really anything bad, as long as you stay stay above 183. So really use this chart as kind of your idea. Use this chart in confluence with the 2-day. I think that's a pretty nice perspective there. Where you're really fucked if you're a bull, you're going to break down and the Glock 3000 ad zone using the last higher low. You very easily can form shallow higher lows here. Higher low, boom, higher low, and then the higher high break, boom. So totally an Nvidia's characteristic to do this. Just use 183. If it doesn't hold, then yikes, not good. Back within the range, 174 probably gets tested there. Should ideally hold, and if it doesn't, then yeah, you have to really start wondering if this was a major top and you're potentially about to go to 150. It's a pretty big move from 174. It's like a 14% move. So
yeah, a bit of a toppy candle here too on the daily before. It's a fucking one, but then you have an engulfing bearish candle right here.
Yeah, you did engulf it. But that's why we're going to pay attention to that daily last higher low. I like it more on the 2-day. The daily is a little fucky on Nvidia for me. The 2 days it's just a little cleaner. You know exactly the spot. If you don't hold that green meme line, you start losing that. Yeah, probably not good.
Nice jumps on Bitcoin, 117.8 now.
I need a daily close under 117,400 and get out of my long try. But Sol is holding 210, 2.9.
See, we're right at that weekly 9 now. So we're for sure going to probably get that test now. And that is the extremity low scenario for me on Bitcoin. It's either you're going to reject 123, roll down and hit the weekly 9. If you lose the weekly 9, then yeah, you have to start questioning this move.
Well, under 115,500, you're fucked.
Yeah, I agree with you. So like I'm watching 116s and 115.8 to hold. And that should ideally hold. If it doesn't, then yeah, you're back within that terrible range that we were in for a while.
Let's see. We rolled the dice, baby. I rolled the dice on that long. And to me, Sol still holding pretty nicely in the 210 area. Hasn't gone down further. Ethereum is kind of fucked. But
yeah, ETH got a little fucky after. It's just that monthly 366. It's not good. And it dumping this much really just makes you have to wonder if like we're just going to experience what we saw in the beginning of this year when we lost 366. That was kind of the idea going into shorting ETH. Just was a little premature.
Yeah. And then you have the Bitcoin dominance, I'm assuming, yep, continues to go higher.
Going to that monthly 9.
So, yeah, I mean, it's happening. It's happening, boys. Okay. Let's see if we can hold the areas of importance or not. The stock market is taking a gigantic shit.
Yeah, it's just not happy off of the stupid tariff headlines that Trump said, and China's also being hostile. I don't think.
Well, let us be clear. They dumped the market, and then they told you that it's the tariff news from Trump.
I don't think any of that's relevant, honestly. And really, I mean, after you make a macro higher high, wouldn't you expect a higher low? I don't know. I would, I guess so.
Look at this one though, Rivian.
Oh, see, that's concerning though, considering where we're at too.
Tesla.
That's not bad. That looks okay.
Well, from 470 to 4.
Oh, that's a big range.
It's a big range.
But I see like if it doesn't hold that green line, ooh, I mean, just kind of what happened back in the beginning of this year.
Yeah. Lucid. Also, nice little shit, which is exactly what I'm waiting for.
Actually, good sell on your Tesla. Because they like did the stupid little goes up a little bit more the next day or 2 days, but shit did a smack.
It was this. I sold this.
Like a perfect trade, actually. That's freaking
like I said, it is the biggest luck in the world. I've never in my life done this before, and I don't think it'll continue. But
I don't think it's luck. You've been pretty calculated with it, honestly. You were explaining that you were buying in April. You're explaining you were selling when you did. It's pretty calculated shit here. You should just follow your buys on Tesla. It's pretty madness to me.
Tesla, Lucid, Rivian, dude. I don't understand, but I somehow understand them very well.
Somehow you understand it very well. Yeah. Good shit, honestly. And the way you think really does work. Like it doesn't need to be, it can just be you think a little outside the box, you know a lot of things with life, and you're just applying that to like the psychology of the markets.
Yeah, like when everyone's bullish and then you know you're going to have the worst quarter ever, and then people are going to justify it. No, but AI now, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's so easy.
Yeah.
And to me, this is what it smells like right now on like Bitcoin, for example. At the moment that Trump comes out, it's too obvious. It's Friday. They're going to close the market. It's going to close on a panic. And people are going to be like, it's the end of the world now. It's finished. And like I said, all right, so you already did this whole tariff thing back and forth. The tariff is what took us down to April lows. And now you're using it again. So when you're using it again, it's not for the same result. Does that make sense? You're threatening that same result.
Yeah.
So just a little conspiracy theories into my analysis and just make some money with it.
It works though. It does make money. And I just think like this, people are really honestly like this sell-off again, everyone just goes to their weekly and fight and you're like, yeah, no, this is just nothing concern. Lose that 116 area, then yeah, we're just back within a shitty range, just like we were all throughout those months. But it's still potentially going to hold the breakout and then go up.
Yeah, I'll be watching this bitch. She's the one that's going to tell us everything.
That's true, though.
DXY. Alrighty, I'll get to this so Farhan can do his thing and we can get the fuck out of here.
Let's go.
Okay, let's motherfucking go. Habíamos visto la sesión pasada en Nvidia, damas y caballeros. Habíamos dicho, era en la diaria, que lo habíamos puesto. Se los pongo acá enfrente a todos ustedes. No mi nepe, pero el gráfico. Y vean, habíamos visto este topecillo, habíamos esperado una corrección por acá y luego esto. La pregunta es, ¿esto fue la corrección o va a venir hasta acá a los 183? Y ese va a ser el punto crítico. Es todavía lo que no sabemos y no podemos contestar. Lo que estamos viendo en la diaria, y sobre todo Nvidia, es muy chopeoso. Le encanta hacer estas gatadas. Vela envolvente bajista, caída a nada y luego tienes esta subida. Vela envolvente bajista, te dice que va a continuar cayendo y cierra justamente acá y te manda para arriba. Ha sido como una tras otra, tras otra. Entonces, puedes confiar o no confiar. Aquí tienes una vela envolvente alcista que te tiró. O sea, es una gatada Nvidia, ¿no? ¿Quieren hacer dinero? Bien, largo plazo. Corto plazo, esto te va a romper los dientes. Ahora, ¿qué te está dando? Vela topera con una vela de confirmación bajista, además de que la vela es envolvente porque está más arriba y más abajo que la última vela. Es una vela envolvente bajista que está bastante potente. ¿Qué es lo que activaría esto? Que la próxima semana, el lunes, abras y cierres por debajo de este nivel en los 186. Pero como pueden ver, Nvidia no le gusta continuar esos movimientos por mucho. Entonces, lo que nosotros seguimos es esperando básicamente este tipo de acción. Rebote por ahí de los 182, 183, que es donde está el promedio del 21 diario, y pues seguir dándole para adelante. Vamos a ver. 3 meses para que entiendan lo alcista que es Nvidia. Lo pueden ver ahí. Tiene una vela toperona, es correcto, es una vela toperona, pero muy pequeña. No, todavía falta bastante tiempo para cerrarla, 2 meses, 22 días, cualquier cosa puede pasar. Así que simplemente manteniendo eso dentro de una estructura alcista potente. Se los dije, esta madre hizo el doble, más del doble de lo que Bitcoin hizo desde el 2022 acá. O sea, está en una racha ridícula de subida. Mensual, tienes volatilidad expandiendo en esta vela, en este gráfico mensual ante toda esta subida. Y apenas, acuérdate, vienes del 15%, uno de los puntos más bajos de la tabla en toda la historia después del 2015. No ha habido otro, ni antes ni después. Y eso te está ayudando a empujar el precio de Nvidia todavía más para arriba. Semanal, estás justamente rebotando en tu promedio del 5. Déjeme regreso eso donde estaba. Estás justamente rebotando en tu promedio del 5, que no lo tocaste, le hiciste el pre-front run, y ese promedio del 5 está en los 179. Eso quiere decir que si vienes a los 179 no tienes tanto de qué preocuparte, deberías de poder rebotar con un peor escenario en los 172, que es donde está el promedio del 9. Ahí no aguantas el promedio del 9 y caes. Normalmente cuando eso ocurre, si hay buenas correcciones en Nvidia. Por ahora estás bastante por encima, pintando una vela semitopera, pero nada de qué preocuparte. Semanal, puedes ver que está nuestro promedio del 5 a punto de llegar a este punto, y es por eso que decimos, güey, tuviste el SFP acá abajo. Normalmente cuando tienes un SFP, que es esto de acá, del 9, lo que tienes es un movimiento brusco al otro lado, y ese movimiento brusco pues te llevó ya a altos históricos, y la pregunta es, ¿se van a repetir? ¿No? Voy a poner la de 2 días, que es menos choppy. Habíamos tenido volatilidad expandiendo y ahora se está yendo un poco para abajo después de esta expansión de muchos periodos de nula volatilidad que nos llevó a máximos históricos. ¿Qué es lo que estamos esperando? Un retesteo del promedio del 9. Acá sería la máxima oportunidad para darle. Si no lo llega a dar y te lo llevas para abajo, yo diría 180 va a ser 180 sería el límite. Abajo de eso ya empiezas a buscar esta zona en los 169 y 165. Por ahora, tiene cara de que va a corregir para dar un rebote y continuar. ¿Y a dónde va a corregir? Vamos a ver exactamente si lo va a hacer acá o acá, pero es lo que tiene cara ahí. Y una vez más, estamos mal, nos salimos con cualquier cierre de 2 días por debajo de $179. ¿Ok? Eso es la idea de Nvidia. Vamos a ver XRP con Mr. Farhano.
All right, let me share my screen. There we go. So XRP on the quarterly momentum has now started to shift down, getting below the moving average, rejecting the bullish control zone. While volatility is also going into a contraction phase, some slight opium right there, with the momentum flipping down. You are getting a rejection of this 61.8%, and as long as you are rejecting that 61.8% with momentum flipping down, you are more likely at a minimum to come down and get a retest of your 38.2%, maybe even all the way down to your 5 EMA. I am kind of thinking you will reconnect with that 5 EMA. Price doesn't really like to stay away from that 5 EMA for too long, and it likes to connect with that 5 EMA and then rally to new highs from there as long as you are holding that previous low. So that would be a move down to somewhere around $2.43 to $2.30. Is a significant drop from our current all-time highs. That's like a 30% down to the 38.2%, and the 5 EMA is like 36% to the downside. But it is still probable that you are going to see a bounce from that zone. But that bounce needs to take you back over about $2.65. And if it does take you over $2.65, you are likely to get a retest of your current all-time highs. If it fails to get over that area, then it's likely going to be a bearish retest, and you're going to come down to the 9 at around $1.90. And this is going to be the line of the sand that you are going to have to hold if you want to be bullish on XRP for at least another test of our current all-time highs, or if not new all-time highs. Because once you take out this current low of $1.61, I'm thinking that you're going to retrace this entire pump and do the classic XRP thing, put an ever so slightly higher low at this 38.2%, somewhere around like 48 to 50 cents. Although I'm leaning towards that not happening right now. I'm more leaning towards the sides of getting with we see continuation to the downside, move somewhere around this zone here, and then a bounce, grind out a higher low. While these HPDR ranges can step up 38.2%, catches up to price action, and then we can see a run at the current all-time highs. But right now it is seeming a little heavy, and like you are going to continue to see a move down. Come on. Come on. Come on. Why is it not loading? Let me refresh. There we go. Monthly is currently freshly flipped up with volatility very close to going into an expansion phase. I think it technically is ever so slightly in an expansion phase. Yeah, it's like 1 or 2% over that moving average right now. We have taken out the previous low on momentum, with price putting in a higher low, giving you a possible hidden bullish divergence, but it's not going to be confirmed unless you close over about $3 or 3.187. Closing over that area will give you a target of this 50%, ever so slightly new all-time highs around like $4. But that is just a possibility right now. Jewel is on a fresh buy signal. It's interesting. Is it buy or is it neutral? Yeah, it's a fresh buy signal switched on this monthly open, but this will invalidate if you get a close below this low here at about $2.69. Very nice number. We are currently rejecting this top 38.2%, however, which does give you probabilities of coming down to retest somewhere around this 90 EMA to the median. And that gives you a range between $2.46 to $2.20. And if you remember on the quarterly, that 38.2% is right around that $2.46 number. It was at $2.43. 2-week is currently positioned to the downside. Is there what is disclosed? Disclose is to 302, and this one is 345. So there's no bearish divergence there. Momentum is close to putting in some hidden bullish divergence. So once we take out this low, there will be a possibility for hidden bullish divergence, but you will have to close above $3.14 to confirm it. And you are currently getting a rejection of your top 38.2%, giving you probabilities of coming down somewhere between the 21 and your median, and that puts you between 245 and 233, very close to that 38.2%. With the 2-week jewel now starting to lose the buy signal and flip into a neutral. Weekly is also freshly positioned to the downside, with volatility now expanding. Let's zoom into the jewel real quick. Jewel is now giving you a fresh sell signal with the pink crossing below the yellow within the bullish control zone. This is quite bearish. And you are getting a nice rejection of your median, getting a loss of your 21 EMA, likely bringing you down to somewhere around this 38.2% to this 50%, around that $2.40 zone. Very interesting how that number keeps coming back up. And losing the 21 would bring you somewhere closer to the median, assuming you get 2 closes below this 21 EMA. That brings you, 55. That brings you to somewhere around $2.30. Same $2.40 to $2.30 zone. 5-day also freshly flipped down with volatility about to start expanding. 5-day is also getting that sell signal with the pink below the yellow, and we are now losing the median, bringing us down to somewhere around that 240 to 250 zone. 2-day also freshly flipped to the downside, volatility now at extreme lows, and the jewel is now curving over and losing the buy signal. And we're losing the median, bringing us down to somewhere around 250s. Tapping that 38.2% will be a loss of this 100, assuming we continue to close below this 100. I'd like to see ideally 2 to 3 closes below here, brings us down to these 200 as it slowly makes its way up. Right now it's at 216. I'd like to see it somewhere around this 230 zone. Daily is currently flipped down with volatility expanding, and we're getting a sell signal on the jewel. Let's zoom into it real quick. It was very close to giving you a buy signal with the pink about to cross over the yellow, but then we rejected, and now we're diverging again, and the sell signal is continuing to play out. And now they're all bunched up together, giving you a target of around that 200 on the short term, which is about around 250 zone. 4-hour also flipped to the downside, getting a breakdown and loss of the 38.2%, bearish retest of the 38.2%, and a rejection, with volatility now expanding. 4-hour jewel is giving you a buy signal, but this is looking like it's going to invalidate. We want to see continue to see closures below this 50%, and likely going to bring us down towards about 260 to 250 before bounce. And go to the RSI. Quarterly is still maintaining over that 21 EMA. 5 has now crossed over the 21, faster moving average crossing over the slower one. And I'd look to see look for this 21 and 9 EMA cross to hold that support on this move to the downside around many zeros to 1 area. Now the jewel's still giving you a buy signal. Monthly is now very close to putting in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below many zeros 2-4, and that will give you a target of hitting somewhere around this. The easy target is going to be the edge of this bullish control zone, and then the neutral zone. If you were to go with the EMAs, that bearish divergence target would be somewhere around this 55 and 21 EMA, which is very close to silver crossing, and it will silver cross very likely at the end of this month. This monthly closure. So as long as you are trading over many zeros 2 area, this will silver cross, and that will be the area where you likely test somewhere with this hidden bearish divergence. Nothing. 5 days still has. Oh no, never mind. That invalid. You are getting volatility expansion off of two periods of 0%. The bullish divergence that you had here didn't validate right there. 2 days still got regular or has hidden bearish divergence, although you've already in the critical zone. So you've already hit the easy target. You're getting a fresh silver cross to the downside. Next target would be that 200 at around many zeros 2-1 area. Daily is not putting in a God mode signal in the background, but there is no buy yet. Still on a sell. 4 hours playing out the God mode buy signal now. And zoom in. Currently, you're also getting a pink crossing above the yellow as well. Let's mark this with a vertical line. I'm interested to see what this does on the Bitcoin pairing. Let's take the God mode one, see if we can find one. Here's one, but it's not really the best. See if I can find a better one. No, this one's decent. Nope. Why can't I find a nice? There we go. There's a nice one. Right there. There's a nice one. And we'll call it at this one here. This was not much, 3.95%. This is a 4-hour setup, however. Gotta give it some slack. Nothing at 0.52. This one was bigger. 4.4%. I was expecting this to be kind of bigger, but to be honest. This is about 2.5%. I wouldn't count this move here because you did go lower. They're not going to count this one failure. %, same number. And the current one. Move about 1.2%. We would take it about 2.4%. Brings us to around many zeros, 2, 3, right around this breakdown zone. And you've currently got 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence, which will invalidate with any close over many zeros, 2, 3, 3. Now we'll go to the dollar pairing. Nothing. Nothing. 2 weeks still has active hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $2.69, and the invalidation will bring you down to this 21 EMA at about $2.45-ish cents, right around that 243 at 38.2%. Nothing. Invalidated the hidden bullish divergence. 2-day currently has active hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $3.05. Next target is the critical zone, which will update, but right now it's sitting at $2. I'd like to see it around 230. Nothing there. 4 hours got a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. Will be active as long as you're closing below $2.84. Next target is the critical zone, which right now sits at 259. Now we go to momentum. Quarterly is still flipped up with volatility expansion as long as you're closing over 90 cents. Good amount above that. Monthly is freshly flipped up, maintaining the bullish control zone, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 238. So a move down to 230 to 240 would just be a retest of this pivot, and monthly would still remain flipped up. 2 week is now freshly flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 317. Weekly is now flipped down with volatility at extreme lows, losing the bullish control zone, and it's going to remain flipped down below 315. 5-day also flipped down with volatility at extreme lows. Volatility now getting expansion of that in those extreme lows, and you will be flipped down below 307. 2-day also giving you volatility expansion with the momentum freshly flipped down, and it's going to and rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 290. Daily is now getting volatility expansion also, breaking into the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 297. And 4 hours is now about to freshly flip down, and it will flip down as long as you close below 274 with a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. Even on the stochastic, you got the hidden bearish divergence. Up. So the very high time frames on XRP are still leaning more to the bullish side because momentum is still flipped up with volatility expansion, and you're getting momentum freshly flipping up on the monthly with volatility now approaching lows that we started expanding from on the start of the cycle, and we are putting in hidden bullish divergences on the higher time frames. But on the lower ones, as you approach the weekly, you are starting to get momentum flipping down, and volatility at extreme lows. 2-week is also getting momentum freshly flipping down, and you're forming hidden bearish divergences on your medium time frames, giving you a target of your monthly or quarterly top 38.2% with a rejection of your quarterly 61.8%. That puts you at somewhere around $2.43 for your 38.2%. And then you do have median targets somewhere below there, along with bearish divergence targets of around somewhere around $2.30. So that gives you a range between $2.40, say $2.40-ish cent area to $2.30. And as long as you're holding over that area, it's still likely that based off of the monthly and quarterly, that you will continue up to somewhere around $4. You start to take those areas out, or if you take the low about $1.61, very likely this thing is going to retrace its entire pump and go below $1, and somewhere around, I'd say, the 200 SMA, maybe around like 70 cents down to around 50 cents. Don't think that's going to happen. However, I do think on the short time frames, we're going to move down, tap somewhere around 240s, 230s, and then from there, I think we bounce and run it up to somewhere around $4. And that invalidation is ticking below 161, or let's say 160, or getting a weekly close below about what's running to a weekly? This one here, which is around $1.96. Either one of those two things, and then we're probably going to retrace this entire thing and then make an ever so slightly higher low, like this always does, like a couple of cents off the previous higher low.
What a piece of shit. All righty, my boys. Anything else you'd like to add before you go as the market tumbles? And everyone's like, Donald Trump is such a mean guy. Thank God they told me that he was going to come down and he sent that tweet. So now I know what to do. Anything else to add?
Market usually bottoms on bad news. So hearing
That's
bad
what I'm
news,
saying.
seeing price of dump, probably want to buy.
Yeah. I mean, we understand a new range was going to form on Bitcoin. We made a new macro high. We whenever you make ever so slightly higher highs on Bitcoin, the flavor has been let's go in for a macro higher low, or at very minimum a weekly EMA 9 test. So let's just watch that. We're just freshly above the 5-day median as well. Really nothing of concern here as long as you're above 116. So I'm just simply watching that as bullish until proven otherwise. But good stream, boys, honestly. And we're in Chinatown, so I'll see you boys when I see you again.
Dun, 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 dun. See you guys later.
Oh, let's hit this whole shit.
Do the cruise. You guys enjoy your time out there. Have fun.
Hasta luego and buenas tardes. And
have a great weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Les tengo que hacer una pregunta rápido. Ramón me dice, me gustaría que hicieras un comentario de tu último, en el video de tu último comentario escrito aquí, ¿cómo que los exchanges van a retener impuestos en México? No tengo ni puta idea. Un amigo me habló y me dijo, güey, si tienes criptos en México, mi empresa, lo que hace es nosotros compramos tus criptos y te pagamos en cash para que no te retengan los impuestos. Le dije, gracias, pero vivo en Estados Unidos. No saco criptos en México ni nada de eso. En eso. Pero yo, por ejemplo, yo no sabía que retenían o iban a retener impuestos de tus ventas en cripto en México. No tengo ni puta idea de esto, Ramón. No tengo ni idea. Ahora, si esto se llega a dar, les voy a pasar a todos ustedes el contacto de mi amigo para que les dé su cripto en cash y ya ustedes pagan sus impuestos. No, ni puta idea cómo funciona, pero es lo que me dijo. Y es legal, lo único que tienes que hacer es pagar impuestos sobre lo que él te da, porque él también lo anota, no es como que él está corriendo un negocio ilegal, ¿no? Entonces no tengo ni puta idea. Y la otra, tienes dos sopas. Todo el mundo en este momento cree que un tweet de Donald Trump tiró el mercado. Tiraron el mercado y luego Donald Trump tuiteó para justificarlo. Si no entiendes esto y cómo funciona, te vas a perder en toda la crema de los tacos, cabrón. En toda. No tengo idea ¿cómo todos ustedes creen todavía que el gobierno y sus funcionarios o la gente importante les esté diciendo a ustedes algo para ayudarlos? Son los enemigos en el juego, son la gente que nos pone los obstáculos. Entiéndanlo, entiéndanlo. ¿Por qué digo esto? Rápido, antes de regresar a XRP para cerrar esto. Ahí les va. Ya está, Ramón, te lo paso. Déjame, le escribo y confirmo todo y te lo paso en cuanto lo tenga. Probablemente el lunes, en la clase de lunes te lo dé. Primera cosa, el VIX. Todo el mundo espantadísimo. ¿Cuántas veces viene y hace esto? Esto, esto, esto. Por eso tengo esta línea meme acá. No la acabo de poner. Lleva ahí no sé cuánto tiempo, ¿ok? Si está rechazando esta línea, va a volver a regresar para abajo. A esto se dedica el VIX. Eso es uno. Lo que en la otra contraparte, pero todavía no lo está haciendo fuertemente, tienes al dólar superando la línea importante. El dólar sí lo está haciendo. Eso es lo que a mí me dice, interesante, pero va a ser ahora ya tan rápido con la justificación. Normalmente cuando el mercado cae potentemente, te dan otro tipo de noticias. Cuando el mercado cae rápido, como lo estás viendo hoy, que Trump dice lo que sea, ¿no? Para justificar la caída, es para que todos se espanten más. Por ende, por eso, en Bitcoin, holdeamos un long a menos de que 117,400 se pierdan en un cierre diario. ¿Por qué? Porque en la de 2 días, nuestro EMA 9 está justamente donde está rebotando el precio. Ahora, no estoy esperando que aquí nos vayamos a máximos históricos en todo. No, 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 no. Solamente estoy esperando un rebote. Y es lo que les estoy diciendo. Lo único que no creo que vaya a ocurrir instantáneamente es esto. Lo de los aranceles de China, cabrones. Nadie ha aprendido nada. En serio, de corazón, nadie ha aprendido nada. ¿O qué pedo? ¿No? Otra cosa que tienen que ver, que nadie les ha tirado un pedo, bonos a 10 años. ¿Se acuerdan que les contaron que los bonos siguen subiendo? ¿Adivinen qué? No, están bajando el rendimiento de los bonos. Se los digo. Y esto va con la fuerza del dólar también. El dólar sube, ¿no? Los bonos van a bajar. Y mi siguiente objetivo en los bonos son los 3.67. Este es el de 10 años, que es el estándar para prestar dinero. Es muy, muy, muy importante. Para toda la gente que está, Ramón, estás metido en Hood, Palantir, Roblox, yo personalmente creo que el mercado va a caer. Lo que no entiendo son un par de acciones. Por ejemplo, Palantir, porque no tiene fundamentales para nada. No tiene sentido. Roblox sí, más o menos. Enovix, más o menos. Alibaba no tengo ni puta idea. No entiendo el mercado chino. El mercado chino parece estar bien. Se está recuperando después de su deflación, por lo que Alibaba probablemente tenga más camino, pero no puedes generalizar en todo. Lo que yo estoy viendo y lo que yo aposté, y es por eso, ¿qué les digo siempre? Métanse ustedes en 30,000 cosas que no entienden y van a perder dinero. Yo estoy metido en las que entiendo. Tesla, todo el mundo, y todavía puede que yo esté equivocado, ¿ok? Diaria, déjenme se las pongo ahí. Vendí acá, ¿ok? Ahora, ¿por qué vendí acá? Porque ya salieron todas las noticias buenas que iban a salir de Tesla. Acabó el tercer cuarto, que fue su mejor cuarto de toda la historia, como fue fácil de ver. De nuevo, nadie está prediciendo nada, solamente estás viendo lo que le pasó a Ford, a GM, a todos estos otros. Y ahora las ventas de coches eléctricos, y les prometí, van a darte los mismos descuentos en cierto tiempo, los hicieron al día siguiente. Y las ventas de estos coches se van a ir a la mierda junto con los márgenes de todas las empresas de coches eléctricos. Tesla, desde donde vendía hasta acá, está bajo 11%. Rivian, que les digo, voy a aumentar en mi posición. Y les dije acá, 16, a donde estás, un bajón chido. Lucid, que, ay, güey, es que no pude meter toda mi lana ahorita. Tranquilo, padre. Estas empresas no tienen por qué seguir subiendo. Y para ser franco con ustedes, no entiendo qué empresas podrían seguir subiendo más que las tecnológicas. Pero al mismo tiempo, el consumidor está en dos cosas. El consumidor está hecho mierda, mierda. Y ya lo hicieron gastar todo el dinero que tenía el pobre pendejo haciéndole creer que iban a subir los precios de todo, ¿no? Entonces, doble whammy para el consumidor fue de, güey, no caíste, pero ahora van a subir los precios. Ok, voy a comprar. Toma, pendejo. Y cayeron, ¿ok? El consumidor está en la mierda, ya cayó 30,000 veces en todos los mitos que les están contando con el problema de la inflación por los aranceles, la subida de precios, todo esto, ¿ok? Se fueron a la verga. Ahora, eso es lo que le pasó al consumidor. Las empresas van a empezar a reportar el tercer trimestre en una semana. Aquí es donde yo no estoy seguro. Y aquí es donde estoy acá y es por eso que estoy fuera. Menos que en Rivian, que quiero acumular a largo plazo, Lucid, que quiero acumular a largo plazo, y estoy esperando a ver qué es lo demás que pasa. A lo que quiero llegar con esto es, si no es el tercer cuarto, el cuarto van a ser los peores resultados de empresas que vayan a ver en su historia. Una vez más, porque Tesla todavía va a tener un gran tercer cuarto, etcétera. Pero el cuarto, sigan sin creerlo, y no estoy aquí para convencerlos de nada, pero quiero que aprendan y volteen a ver lo que estamos analizando. Es todo, solamente quiero que tú aprendas. Yo me muero hoy, ¿quién te va a decir todas estas pendejadas? Quiero que aprendas. El último cuarto de este año va a ser el peor de resultados de empresas de casi todas. Yo no estoy metido en todas las empresas, no me interesa una gran cantidad de industrias. Estoy enfocado en los coches eléctricos y me encanta tecnología, pero me estoy esperando a ver cómo camina. ¿Ok? Pero donde estoy ahorita poniendo mi dinero que les estoy enseñando, ese mercado lo conozco bien. Y desde que les dije que esto bailó, ha bailado. Y cuando les dije hay que comprar, hubo que comprar. Solamente porque le pongo mucha atención. Son estupideces. Y lo único que hago es combinar mi análisis de hasta dónde puede llegar, cómo les va a ir este cuarto, comparado con qué es lo que la gente cree que va a pasar y cuál es la narrativa que están metiendo. Los resultados del último cuarto del año que van a ser anunciados el próximo año van a ser los peores de toda la historia. Los resultados de este último cuarto que acaba de pasar de aquí a noviembre van a ser mezclados. Habrá empresas que les vaya bien, habrá empresas que les vaya mal. No sé cuándo vaya a ser el colapso. Que te lo tiren ahorita. La bolsa debió haber caído, si te la van a tirar bien, agresivamente. Agresivamente. Y lo mismo con el VIX. El VIX se hubiera quedado muy por encima de esta línea. ¿Lo está haciendo? No. Ahí va, está intentando. Pero va a dar una de estas mamadas, a fin de cuentas. Y esa es mi apuesta ahorita mínimo en mi trade de Bitcoin, nada más. Que, una vez más, para no confundirlos, yo creo que la bolsa, y se los he dicho hace un año o más, va a topar el último cuarto de este año o el primer cuarto del próximo, y es donde el dólar se va a voltear con fuerza. Por eso cuando volteo a ver al dólar digo, uy, pero este movimiento en grande lo va a dar ya de una y nos vamos todos a la verga. Es lo que no creo que vaya a ser tan fácil. Si no, no mamen, le pegué a todo, a las fechas, pero perfecto. Y nunca me salen las cosas así. No creo que esta vez ya me volví mejor que todos en ello y ni madres. Simplemente estás viendo, el dinero se está yendo el día de hoy a los bonos, por eso estás viendo los bonos pagando menos que antes, estás viendo que el dólar está subiendo, VIX subió tantito, nada loco, y además te están diciendo los aranceles que una vez más no tienen nada que ver con nada. Me dice Ramón, para cerrar esto, tú y un servidor tenemos Roblox, yo con menos capital, con una entrada de 70, pero no bajo tanto hoy como para incrementar mi posición. ¿Cómo es el precio hoy? Yo no incrementaría, eso sí, yo personalmente no incrementaría posiciones en nada en donde estamos ahorita. Nada. Pero tienen que entender, yo personalmente creo que el mercado va a irse a la verga cuando todo el mundo dice que no. Yo estoy simplemente de pinche terco contrario. Por eso tienen que entender, yo no lo veo así. Si tú crees, güey, le voy a seguir aumentando y le voy a seguir metiendo a Roblox y la verga, ¿dónde está Roblox? Ahí es donde le hubieras metido. acá, o porque tenemos esta posibilidad, ¿no? Tendríamos esta línea o esta. 112 sería tu siguiente objetivo para tirarle. Y no los 112 porque no te los debería de dar, debería respetar por ahí de los 115, 117. Estás muy cerca del tope para seguir aumentando tu posición que tienes con tan buen promedio. Es simplemente eso. Vale. XRP, para cerrar esto. Pues como todas las criptos, ¿no? Cayendo, continúa la misma tendencia. Voy a poner en la de 2 días, que la de 2 días quita muchísimo ruido. Y pueden verlo acá. Así de fácil, ¿no? Está haciendo esto y, peores noticias, esto. ¿Ok? Y estoy casi seguro que esta gatada va a continuar. ¿Y esto cuándo acaba? Por ahí de diciembre. Bien, podría continuar. Por ahora, XRP está haciendo una combinación de altos más bajos y bajos más altos en toda la tabla. Altos, bajos más bajos, bajos igual de bajos, un bajo más alto. Bajos más bajos, bajos más bajos, bajos más bajos. Altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos. Elías, no tengo ni puta idea cuánto vamos a comprar Rivian. Nos vamos a esperar a ver cuando todo esté donde tiene que estar mentalmente. Tengo que ver a la gente empezar a decirle a RJ, al CEO de Rivian, que tiene que salirse, y tengo que empezar a ver a gente decirle a Elon Musk, porque esto es donde todo el mundo comete errores al hacer análisis técnico o predicciones del futuro. Y se los digo, nunca más en la vida le voy a poner fecha a predicciones. Simplemente son momentos. ¿Por qué? Porque aunque me saque la lotería aquí, ¿no? Y le haya pegado a la caída desde diciembre, a la caída de los aranceles, de ahí comprado el fondo de los aranceles y decir, antes de que todo eso pasara, que el mercado iba a caer en el último cuarto o el primer cuarto del próximo año. Aunque le pegue a todo eso, no voy a volver a dar fechas en mis predicciones. Es mucho más fácil saber dónde meterte y dónde salirte viendo lo que está haciendo la gente. Y las noticias, cómo se contrastan. Entonces, ¿a cómo vamos a comprar Rivian? Vamos a ver. Vamos a ver. Y a fin de cuentas, ¿qué es lo que buscamos? ¿El retorno del fondo hasta el tope? No. Buscamos el retorno explosivo más rápido posible. Eso es mínimo lo que yo hago. No me quiero meter a esperarme y sentarme en un chop de un año. No estoy interesado en eso. Yo quiero el putazo para arriba, ¿no? Siempre doy el ejemplo. Para mucha gente, el trade de Bitcoin fue malo cuando yo lo hice en el fondo para arriba, porque no compré en los 15 o 14, la verga que haya sido, pero en los 25 sí. Pero cuando llegó a esos 25, 28, fue justo cuando tuvo el setup de Hamas y se fue y hizo 700 y cacho por ciento X desde ese entonces, en putiza. Toda la gente que compró el chop se quedó un año chopeando. Yo no me interesa. A mí me gusta cuando ya las cosas están listas para moverse. Y ese es mi objetivo siempre, siempre, para quedar claros. No tengo ni puta idea en precios, no estoy adivinando nada, estoy esperando. Lo que ustedes escuchan que creen que estoy intentando predecir, como los malos el peor cuarto de la historia en Tesla y todo eso, no estoy prediciendo nada, estoy viendo lo que ya pasó enfrente de todos nosotros, que no dejan ver a nadie porque los tienen con las noticias pendejos, porque nos cuentan unas historias de no mames en vez de ver la realidad. Es todo. Entonces, no sé, no tengo ni idea. Vamos a cerrar XRP en putiza. Vamos a la mensual para que lo vean. Justamente estamos tocando nuestro promedio del 5, no lo habíamos tocado desde julio. Venimos y deberíamos de rebotar. Si caemos del promedio del 5 y nos llevamos estos mínimos de acá, de esta vela topera, por ejemplo, que todas las velas en XRP, por supuesto, son toperas porque es la gatada que juega. Si nos llevamos los 284 para abajo, vamos a venir al promedio del 9, que está en los 246. En los 246, de entre 240 a 230, deberíamos de encontrar un rebote. Si no hay rebote en esa zona, vamos a borrar todo esto y volver a buscar más o menos por los 80 centavos algo. Todavía no está pasando, solamente les estoy dando para qué lado puede jugar. 2 semanas, estamos ya por debajo del promedio del 9. Denme un segundito, poner esto. Estamos por debajo del promedio del 9, venimos de un rechazo del 61.8%, rechazo de la parte alta de la zona azul, de la parte de arriba de la zona azul, y ahora vas para abajo perdiendo el promedio del 9. Siguientes objetivos, y es por eso que les digo, el 2.30 va a ser elemental. Tienes en los 2.45 el promedio del 21 y tienes en los 2.33 la media. Te lo llevas de corbata, carnal, y aquí es donde se empieza a poner interesante la jugada. Tienes el promedio del 34 aquí abajo en los 2.11, que es justamente antes de estos mínimos. Y la pregunta sería, ¿te vas a llevar la primera vez que toques desde la subida de noviembre del 24, el promedio del 34 nada más para abajo? Yo me imaginaría que no, pero si estamos entrando en un mercado, una fase bajista para todo, ¿no? Si se llega a dar tal cual, se lo podría llevar junto con el 55 y el 100 en un día. O sea, entonces no tengo más allá de eso. Por ahora puedes también ver acá, promedio del 21 semanal lo estamos perdiendo. Vamos a la parte baja de la zona azul, al promedio del 34 en los 2.55. De no aguantar, deberíamos de ir a los 2.30 en el promedio del 55 casi, que está en los 2.26. Y ya abajo de eso se pone caliente la cosa porque vas a unos 79 y empezarías a borrar estructura importante. 2 días, estás perdiendo la media que está en los 2.76. Nos llevamos estos mínimos y nos llevamos el promedio del 100 que está en los 2.46 y vamos a la parte baja en los 2.58 y de ahí 2.44. No aguantan los 2.44, más te vale que el 78.6% por ahí de los 2.30 aguante. Y si no, vas más para abajo. Más para abajo. Y todo esto simplemente lo invalidas, estas bajadas, llevándote este máximo en los $3. Está muy lejos la invalidación de esto. Si te quieres meter en long acá, recuerda que estas chingaderas les gusta hacer esto, un bajo más bajo para que todo el mundo se salga y después subir. Solamente tienes que tener eso en mente. Por eso es difícil hacer estos longs en Bitcoin, en Ethereum, porque a estas madres, si sabes análisis técnico, están jugando en contra tuya. ¿No? Básicamente, con reglas que se rompen. Así que ahí lo tienen. Honestamente, un mercado muy divertido y entretenido. Vamos a ver cómo acaba, cómo se acaban de dar las cosas. Estoy interesado en aprender con todos ustedes al mismo tiempo que ustedes cómo va a ser esto de los siguientes cuartos de resultados. Yo imagino que va una vez más, este cuarto que van a reportar ahora va a ser mixto. Vas a tener muchas empresas yéndose al pito, pero vas a tener muchas que todavía recibieron ayuda de los aranceles. Y ya el cuarto debería ser el peor de la historia y eso reporta en el primer cuarto del próximo año. Y el primer cuarto del próximo año va a ser peor que este y el siguiente va a ser peor, a menos de que por alguna razón impriman una cantidad absolutamente estúpida de dinero. Y una vez más, no estoy hablando de que les manden un cheque de $1,000 a ustedes o de $2,000. Tienen que imprimir entre 5 a 10 trillones de dólares. Así que lo vas a escuchar y probablemente se llame el acto que nunca va a causar inflación. Y ahí es cuando sabes que va a causar inflación. Todo es al revés. Como el que hizo Biden, el acto de antiinflación causó inflación. Pero como las noticias no te permitieron darte permiso de entender eso, la gente en el 2025 se trepó al tren de la inflación. Hasta el 2025, después de 5 años de inflación. Vamos a ver qué exactamente pasa, pero ahí lo tienen. Un mercado muy interesante, una excelente fecha para estar poniendo atención a todo esto y pues ver cómo reacciona la gente y cómo reaccionan las cosas. De nuevo, de verdad, el consumidor está en la mierda. Los resultados de empresas después del engaño de los aranceles van a estar en la mierda y vamos a ver si el mercado nos puede continuar sorprendiendo a la alza. Vamos a ver. Y probarnos a todos mal. Bueno, no a todos, todo el mundo sigue alcista a mí. Pero por ahora yo espero un rebote porque, o mínimo, les voy a decir esto, si continuamos bajando no es por los aranceles de Trump, es que ya va a empezar, son los bajones de los resultados por adelantado, nada más. Es lo que es. Esto de los aranceles es una payasada para todos ustedes. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Cuídense mucho. Gracias por su atención. Nos vemos en la próxima, tíos. Hombre, pues